Yes, sir. Very happy morning to all. Yes, my dear lovable students. I know that your exam are very nearing. You are having another 7 to 10 days. Solid 7 to 10 days. Just to help you with the IDT revision, I have quickly revised, sir, 4 topics for you. One is, sir, tax invoice, debit note, credit note. After you study the tax invoice, debit note and credit note, the very next chapter what you are supposed to study is the tax invoice, because both these are related chapters. Immediately after that, the next type of supply is the value of supply, which is section 15. After the value of supply, my dear lovable students, one of the most important topic for exam is the place of supply, which covering both place of supply of goods and place of supply of services. Sir, this tax invoice, debit note and credit note carry 4 to 5 mark in exam. And sir, time of supply will carry another 5 mark in exam. You may get either standalone question for time of supply, or you may get, sir, adjustments in the computation of GST payable. And value of supply may come as a standalone question for 5 mark, or the adjustments will be coming inside the computation of GST payable. And also the place of supply, you may get a standalone question, or you will be getting an adjustment in the computation of GST payable. So nearly this is a 20 mark, very quick revision within 3 to 4 hours. Enjoy the revision and revise very well and study properly. Sir, we'll start with the first chapter, that is tax invoice, debit note and credit note. Yes, sir. Very happy morning to all. So we are going to quickly revise the chapter tax invoice. These are the sections applicable for tax invoice. Section 31 is talking about tax invoice. Section 31A, facility for payment. And section 32, prohibition of unauthorized collection of tax. Section 33, amount of tax to be indicated in the tax invoice. And section 34 is debit note and credit note. Right, sir? Section 31, tax invoice. The section 31 classified into 3 categories. Number 1, basics. Number 2, continuous supply. And number 3, others. In the basics, we have to discuss section 31 subsection 1, time limit for issue of invoice in case of supplier of goods. First of all, you may be either supplier. You may be either a supplier of goods, or you may be either a supplier of services. If you are supplier of goods, when you are supposed to raise the tax invoice is explained in section 31 subsection 1. So 31 subsection 1 is talking about time limit for issue of invoice in case of supplier of goods. With regard to 31 subsection 2, time limit for issue of invoice in case of supplier of services. So if you are a supplier of services, see 31 subsection 2. So if you are supplier of goods, 31 subsection 1. If you are supplier of services, 31 subsection 2. For these supplier of goods and supplier of services, there are other provisions which are covered under 31 subsection 3. So what is 31 subsection 1? Time limit for issue of invoice in case of supplier of. What is 31 subsection 2? Time limit for issue of invoice in case of supplier of. What is 31 subsection 3? Other provision. Coming to the continuous supply, my dear lovable students, you may either do continuous supply of goods or continuous supply of services. Sir, when I should raise the invoice, if I am doing continuous supply of goods, which is explained in 31 subsection 4, and if you are a continuous supplier of services, you are supposed to raise the invoice as per 31 subsection 5. Are you all really with me? And 31 subsection 6 is issue of invoice at the time of cessation of supply. That means the supply what you are doing may stop. That is called as cessation of supply. When you are supposed to raise the invoice is covered under 31 subsection 6. And sometimes you may supply the goods at a condition that if you don't like the goods, you can return me. That's what sale or return basis. 31 subsection 7, invoice for sale or return basis. So what section 31 is doing, you may be either supplier of goods or you may be either supplier of variety of goods and services you may do. Sir, who have to raise when the invoice is explained in section 31. 31 subsection 1. Time limit for issue of invoice in case of supplier of 31 subsection 2. Time limit for issue of invoice in case of supplier of 31 subsection 3. Other provisions. 31 subsection 4. Issue of invoice in case of continuous supply of goods. 31 subsection 5. Issue of invoice in case of continuous supply of 31 subsection 6. Issue of invoice at the time of cessation of supply. And 31 subsection 7. Invoice for sale or return basis. Comfortable? Sir, tax invoice section 31. First question, sir, who have to raise the tax invoice? Who have to raise the? In order to raise the tax invoice, first of all, you should be a what person? You should take the registration either under section 22 or under section 24 or under section 25 subsection 3 of the CGST Act. So first of all, you should be a what person? Registered person who should supply taxable supply of goods or services or both. That means the product what you are dealing should be taxable. That means it should not covered under section 11 of the CGST Act or section 6 of the IGST Act. So first of all, you should be a registered person and you should supply taxable supply of goods or services or both. Or in certain circumstances, you should receive taxable supply of goods or services or both from an unregistered person. That means a supplier is the unregistered person and recipient is a registered person. In certain circumstances, our act is creating a responsibility or liability in the hands of the registered person who are receiving such goods or services or both to raise the tax invoice. Are you all really with me? So a registered person supplying taxable goods shall issue a tax invoice. In that tax invoice, description should be there, quantity and value of goods should be there, tax charged thereon should be there, such other particulars as may be prescribed should be there. Okay, sir, I am a registered person. I am supplying taxable supply of goods or services or both. How I should issue the tax invoice? What is a manner of issue of tax invoice, sir? Let me ask you a question. Are you a supplier of goods or supplier of services? If you are supplier of goods, raise the tax invoice in triplicate. Raise the tax invoice in. That means 3 copy has to be raised. Sir, original copy to the recipient, duplicate copy to the transporter, and triplicate copy to the supplier. How you have to raise the tax invoice? Original copy to the recipient, duplicate copy to the transporter, triplicate copy to the supplier. Are you all really with me? Sir, with regard to if you are supplier of services, transporter concept will not be there. GTA will not transport from one place to another, right, sir? Then you have to raise the tax invoice in duplicate. Duplicate. Original copy to the recipient and duplicate copy to the supplier. Are you all really with me? Whatever invoices you are raising being either supplier of goods or supplier of services, the serial number of the invoices you have to upload in form GSTR1. That is in return chapter in section 37. You will file the outward supply. In that outward supply, my dear lovable students, you have to upload the serial number of the invoices, whatever you are issuing. Are you all really with me? So, you may be a supplier of either goods or supplier of services. If you want to know when you are supposed to raise the what invoice, tax invoice, you have to come and check section 31. Section 31 is the authority section. Comfortable? In that first we are going to talk about supplier of goods. Assume you are a supplier of, then the code word is section 147. Code word is section 147, section 31 subsection 1. Tell me section 31. Section 31 subsection 4 and section 31 subsection 7. This is what? 147. Fine, fantastic. If you are a supplier of goods, 31 subsection 1 will be applicable, 31 subsection 4 will be applicable, 31 subsection 7 will be applicable. Are you all really with me? 31 subsection 1 again classified into 2 categories. 31 subsection 1 clause A, 31 subsection 1 clause B. 31 subsection 1 clause A, supply involves movement of goods. Are you a dealer of goods? Yes, sir. When you are supplying, is the goods are moving from one place to another? Yes, sir. If that is the case, you have to come and check the time limit under 31 subsection 1 clause A. Comfortable? Sir, if supply does not involve movement of goods, you have to come and check under 31 subsection 1 clause B. 31 subsection 1 clause. Sometimes you may supply continuous supply of goods. Then you have to come and check 31 subsection 4. Sometimes you may deal with sale or return basis. I will supply these goods to you. If you like, accept the goods. Otherwise, reject the goods. That's what sale or return basis. If that is your scenario or situation, you have to come and check under 31 subsection 7. Comfortable. So if you are a supplier of goods, the code word is 147. 31 subsection 1, 31 subsection 4, 31 subsection 7. In that 31 subsection 1, you are having two bifurcation. 31 subsection 1 clause A, 31 subsection 1 clause B. We are moving into 31 subsection 1. In that it has been classified into two category. 31 subsection 1 clause A, which is talking about supply involves movement of goods. And 31 subsection 1 clause B, supply does not involve movement of goods. If supplies involving movement of goods, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the date of removal of goods. From the factory, the goods will be removed to the recipient, right sir? So on or before the date of removal of goods, you are supposed to raise the invoice. Then only such an invoice is a valid invoice. Otherwise, such an invoice is a invalid invoice. Supply does not involve what of goods? Movement of goods on or before the delivery of goods or goods made available to the. So your supply can be bifurcated into two. Supply involves movement of goods or supply does not involve. If your supply involves what of goods, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the date of removal of goods. Before you remove the goods from your factory, from your place, you are supposed to raise the invoice. Without invoice, the goods should not, sir, move from your side. Right, sir? If supply does not involve movement of goods on or before the delivery of goods, on or before the, or goods made available to the recipient, goods made available to the, you are supposed to raise the invoice. Then only such an invoice is a valid invoice. Otherwise, invoice is an invalid invoice. Comfortable, sir? Sir, issuance of invoice in case of continuous supply of goods. There is a concept called as what supply of goods, man? Continuous supply of goods. Sometimes yourself, that is supplier of goods and the recipient of goods, may enter into an agreement. By that agreement, the supplier would have agreed that I will supply you goods whenever you want. Morning you may ask 10 bag of cement. Sir, noon you may ask 10 bag of cement. Evening you may ask 10 bag of cement. Hello, sir. Whenever you are asking goods, I will supply. And I will not, sir, raise the invoice on a supply basis. I will raise the invoice on a weekly basis or monthly basis or quarterly basis, as the what may be, based upon the agreement what you and myself have entered. Right, sir? But whenever I am supplying, I will record that supply in the books of accounts. Are you all really with me? So two cutoff will be there, called as successive statement of accounts. Tell me, successive statement of accounts. Number one, successive statement of account or successive payment are involved or successive. So two checkpoint will be there. Either successive statement of accounts will be there or successive state payment are involved. Because successive statement of account means April month supply, I will give a statement on May month 5th or May month 10th or May month 15th. This is called as successive statement of accounts. Or I will say that every month, sir, every next month, first you have to give me 10 lakh rupees. And during the next month, I will keep on supply to you. And we will see the accounts. And next month, you have to give me 10 lakh rupees. Are you all really with me? So the connecting factor of the continuous supply of goods will be either successive statement of accounts will be there or successive payments are involved. Are you all really with me? So in case of continuous supply of goods, my dear lovable students, where either successive statement of accounts or successive payment are involved, invoice shall be issued before or at the time each such what is issued. Or as the case may be, each such what is received. So in case of continuous supply of goods, the checkpoint is either successive statement of accounts or successive payment are received involved. Sir, being a supplier of goods, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before this successive statement of accounts or successive payment are involved or received as the what may be. So this is the second scenario, that is what 31 subsection 4. So 31 subsection 1 clause A and 31 subsection 1 clause B. 31 subsection 1 clause A, supply involves movement of goods. You are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the date of removal of goods. 31 subsection 1 clause B, supply does not involve movement of goods. You are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the delivery of goods or goods made available to the recipient. Comfortable? In case of continuous supply of goods, two characters will be there. Either successive statement of account or successive payment are involved. As a supplier, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the successive statement of account or successive payment are involved as the. Coming to the next one, goods sent on approval basis. Goods sent on. I am the supplier, my dear lovable students. I send the goods to you. If you like, you accept the goods. Otherwise, you reject the goods. Are you all really with me? That means when I am sending the goods to you, even though this is a situation of supply involves movement of goods, I will not raise the invoice. I should not raise the invoice because till you accept it, it has not become supply. Are you all really with me? That's why they are saying the time limit for raising the goods sent on approval is before or at the time of supply. Before or at the time of when it will become supply. When you say, okay, sir, it will become supply. It is not the time when I am sending the goods to you. That's why before or at the time of supply. Before or 6 months from the date of removal or 6 months from the whichever is earlier, whichever is. Sir, so two time limits are there. So today, if I send the goods to you, within 3 months you are saying that accepted, then sir, by that time I have to raise the invoice. Or my dear lovable students, till 6 months after sending the goods, you are not opening your mouth. Then Act is saying that within 6 months from the date of removal, whichever is earlier. So before or at the time of supply or 6 months from the date of removal, whichever is earlier. Repeat once again. Before or at the time of supply or whichever is. So what we have consolidated is, if you are a supplier of goods, 147 is the shortcut. 147. 31 subsection 1, 31 subsection 4, 31 subsection 7. 31 subsection 1 again classified into 31 subsection 1 clause A, 31 subsection 1 clause B. 31 subsection 1 clause A, supply involves movement of goods. In case of supply involves movement of goods, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the date of removal of goods. In case of supply does not involve movement of goods, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the date of delivery of goods or goods made available to the recipient. Are you all ready with me? 31 subsection 4, continuous supply of goods. Continuous supply of goods. Sir, in case of continuous supply of goods, sir, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the successive payment of account or successive statements are issued as the case may be. Sir, in case of goods sent on approval, sale or return basis, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the time of supply or 6 months from the date of removal, whichever is earlier. Comfortable? That's it with regard to the supplier of goods. Coming to the supplier of what? That is section 256. That is, sir, 256 is the shortcut. There it is 147. Here 31 subsection 2, 31 subsection 5, 31 subsection 6. Comfortable? Sir, 31 subsection 2 is saying that you are a supplier of services, man. You may either a normal service provider. What service provider? Or NBFI. You may be either NBF or you may be NB fit. You may be that what 31 subsection 2 section is doing, that it is categorizing the service provider into 3 categories. Normal person, NBFI and NB fit. Sir, if you are a normal service provider, my dear lovable students, you have to raise the invoice within 30 days. From the date of provision of services, from the date of. That means once you have provided the service, sir, within how many days? 30 days, you are supposed to raise the invoice. That is the time limit. So what service is saying that first complete the service. Then within how many days? 30 days, you are supposed to raise the invoice in case of taxable supply of service shall be issued within a period of how many days? 30 days from the date of supply of services. So if you are a normal supplier of services, you are supposed to raise the invoice within 30 days from the date of provision of services. Comfortable? Sir, I am NBFI. Who is that person, sir? I am, sir, NBFC, that is non-banking financial company, or I am banking company, or I am financial institution, or I am an insurer. Are you all really with me? Then when I am supposed to raise the invoice, the period within which the invoice or any document in lieu thereof is to be issued shall be how many days? 45 days from the date of supply of services. So general person, from the date of provision of services. If you are NBFI, 45 days from the date of provision of services. With regard to NB Fit, what is that? NB Fit. Who is NB Fit? Number one, non-banking financial company. Number one, banking company. Number two, financial institution. Number three, insurer. Number four, and telecom operator. Number five, repeat once again, who and all? Non-banking financial company, banking company, financial institution, insurer, and telecom operator. Sir, sometimes what they will do, you know, they will be supplying inter-branch transaction. They will be supplying for those inter-branch transaction, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before at the time when the supplier record the same in his books of accounts. Supplier record the same in its, or before the expiry of that quarter during which the supply was made. For example, I am the supplier, I am the NB Fit, I am supplying services to my own distinct person as specified in section 25 subsection 4 or 25 subsection 5 as the case may be. So my dear lovable students, as a supplier, I have to record that in the books of accounts. Before I record that in the what of accounts? Books of accounts. Or sometimes, sir, during this quarter only I have provided that services. By the end of that quarter, I have to record in the what? I have to raise the what? Invoices. Are you all ready with me? That's it, man. This is what 31 subsection 2 I am consolidating. You are a supplier of services. Your services classified into three categories. Normal cases, NBFI, NB Fit. If you are a normal supplier of services, you are supposed to raise the invoice within 30 days from the date of supply of services. Sir, if you are NBFI, instead of 30 days, replace with 45 days. If you are NB Fit, who are supplying inter-branch transaction as specified in section 25, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the date on which the service has been recorded in the books of accounts of the supplier, or before the expiry of the quarter during which the supply was made. They have not mentioned whether whichever is earlier or whichever is later. Hello, sir. Coming to 31 subsection 5, that is in case of continuous supply of services. In case of, we already talked about continuous supply of goods. Can you recall quickly what is the subsection which is talking about? 31 subsection 4. Now talking about 31 subsection 5. This is for what? Services. Sir, if a service provider is providing service to a service recipient for a continuous period of 3 months, then such a service is called as continuous supply of. For example, if you are having mobile phone, sir, Jio, Tata Docomo, or Aircel or Airtel companies, the SIM provider, they are providing continuously for more than 3 months. Then such a service is called as continuous supply of services. Right, sir? Sir, in case of continuous supply of services, at least how much month? 3 months service provider should provide the services. Always there will be a contract. Always there will be a, whether it is continuous supply of goods or continuous supply of services, there will be a, their successive payment or successive statement of accounts will be there. Comfortable? Here, my dear lovable students, where the due date of payment is ascertainable from the contract. Check that contract. Check that. In that contract, if the due date for payment is ascertainable, invoice shall be issued on or before the due date of payment. Invoice shall be issued on or before the. Now, where the due date of payment is not ascertainable from the contract, invoice shall be issued before or at the time when the supplier of service dash the payment. So you have to go and check the contract. Is the due date is ascertainable from the contract? Is the due date is not ascertainable from the contract? If the due date is ascertainable from the contract, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the due date of payment. Sir, in the contract, the due date is not ascertainable. If that is the case, my dear lovable students, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before when the supplier is dash the payment, receives the payment. Comfortable? Now coming to case number 3, where the payment is linked to what of an event. That means, sir, the contractor will provide construction services. Can a contractor construct a house within 3 months? No, not practically possible. He will take more than 3 months. Are you all really with me? That means it is a continuous supply of what? Services. As per contract, the contractor is saying that once I put the foundation, you have to give me 10 lakh. First floor, 10 lakh. Second floor, 10 lakh. Tiles, another 10 lakh. Are you all really with me? That's what, sir, when the payment is linked to what of an event. Then invoice shall be issued on or before the date of what of the event? Completion of the event. So one line summary of the entire discussion is, in case of continuous supply of services, you have to check whether the due date of payment is ascertainable, due date of payment is not ascertainable, if the payment is linked to completion of an event. If the due date for payment is ascertainable means, sir, the invoice has to be raised on or before the due date of payment. Sir, due date for payment is not ascertainable. Invoice has to be raised on or before the date of receive the payment. And with regard to completion of an event, my dear lovable students, then date of completion of that event. Are you all really with me? Sir, you may be a supplier of services, but in between that supply would have stopped. That is called a cessation of supply. Cessation of. Sir, for example, if you are going to provide a supply having a full value of 10,000 rupees, my dear lovable students, you provided supply to the extent of 6,000, but still you have to provide how much? 4,000. By this time, your supply has been stopped. What GST Act is saying that to this extent, raise the invoice. To this extent. So in case where a supply of service ceases means what? Stops under a contract. Under a before the what of supply? Completion of supply. Invoice shall be issued at the time when supply what? Ceases. And such invoice shall be issued to the extent of supply made before such cessation. That means I am actually supposed to provide a supply of 10,000. But I have actually provided only, but supply has been stopped. What the GST Act is saying that, my dear lovable students, you are supposed to raise the invoice to the extent how much you have supplied. That is, you have supplied to the extent of. This is a summary chart. What is the time limit for continuous supply? My dear lovable students, we are having two types of continuous supply. Either continuous supply of goods or continuous supply of. With regard to continuous supply of goods, you are supposed to raise the invoice, sir, either before or at the time of each such successive statement of account is issued or successive payment is received, as the case may be. Comfortable? With regard to continuous supply of what? Services, due date of payment is ascertainable from the contract or not so ascertainable, or payment is linked to completion of an event. If the due date for payment is ascertainable from the contract on or before the due date of payment, if it is not so ascertainable before or at the time of receipt of payment, payment is linked to completion of an event on or before the date of completion of that event. Are you comfortable, sir? This is an overall summary before your day of examination, like last day revision, my dear. Time limit for issue of invoice. In order to issue an invoice, you should do taxable supply of either goods or what? If you are supplier of goods, you should check either goods involves what of goods? Movement of goods. Supply involves movement of goods. Supply does not involves movement of goods or sale or. If supply involves movement of goods, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the date of removal of goods. With regard to supply does not involves movement of goods, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the date of delivery of goods or goods made available to the recipient. Sir, with regard to sale or return basis, sir, before or at the time of supply or within RMS from the date of removal, whichever is earlier. Comfortable? With regard to services, man, within 30 days from the supply of services, generally. And with regard to NBFI, instead of 30 days, it is 45 days. Are you all really with me? That's it with regard to the first recalling of, sir, when a supplier of goods and when a supplier of services is supposed to raise the invoice. If you see, this is the flow of section in section 31. We are talking about basics. 31 subsection 1. What is the time limit for issue of invoice in case of supplier of goods? 31 subsection 2. Time limit for issue of invoice in case of supplier of services. And 31 subsection 3 is other provision for both supplier of what and what? Goods and? So if you are a supplier of goods, go and check the time limit under 31 subsection 1. If you are supplier of services, go and check under 31 subsection 2. Sir, if for both of you, provisions of 31 subsection 3 will be what? Applicable. This many subsections are there in 31 subsection 3. 31 subsection 3 clause A, 31 subsection 3 clause B, 31 subsection 3 clause C, 31 subsection 3 clause D, 31 subsection 3 clause E, 31 subsection 3 clause F, and 31 subsection 3 clause G. Various document other than tax invoice. If a supplier of goods or supplier of services is making supply, my dear lovable students, hello sir, he is supposed to raise the tax invoice. In addition to the tax invoice, he is supposed to raise other documents also. That's what 31 subsection 3, 31 subsection 3 clause A, clause B, clause C and all. Sir, in order to understand this, you should have a minimum background of the chapter registration. Of the chapter what? My dear lovable students, as per the GST Act, if today I am starting supply of goods or services or both, today itself I am not liable to take the registration. Today itself I am not liable to take the... Sir, if my aggregate turnover is up to 10 lakh or 20 lakh or 40 lakh as the case may be, to that extent I am not liable to take the registration. I am not liable to take the... This is as per section 22. This is as per section. There are 12 circumstances under section 24. If you are falling under those circumstances without the threshold limit, you are compulsory liable to take the registration. Are you all really with me? That's what section what? 24. 20. Sir, and the GST Act is giving you a scope of voluntary registration under section 25 subsection 3. These are the 3 ways in which you can come inside the GST, either under section 22 or under section 24 or under section 25 subsection 3. Comfortable. Once you are liable for registration, what Act is saying that within 30 days you are supposed to take the registration. This is a breathing time what the Act is giving. How much days? 30 days. That means this 30 days you are having breathing time to take the registration, my dear lovable students. But sir, you will be applying for registration within 30 days. For example, 25th day you have applied for registration. My dear lovable students, the department will take either 7 days, sir, to process your application and they will give you the RC. So RC will be given after certain number of days. RC will be given after certain number of days. But during this intervening period, you can't, sir, stop your business. You'll be supply goods or services or both. But during this time, you have not received your RC in your hand. You can't raise the what invoice? Tax invoice. But the recipient who have purchased from you during this intervening period need the credit. Need the? As per section 16 subsection 2, in order to take ITC for that recipient, possession of valid tax paying document is mandatory. So without that, he can't take what? ITC. So what Act is saying that first you get the RC. Within 1 month of the receipt of RC, within 1 month of the receipt of RC, you have to revise all the tax invoice what you have issued during the effective date of registration. During the till the grant of RC. Are you all really with me? This is called as revised tax invoice. This is called as, look at here man, revised invoice on issuance of what man? Registration certificate. Are you all really with me? So a registered person may within how much month? 1 month. Very important point. So first you have to get your registration certificate. So once you get the RC within how much time? from the date of issuance of certificate of registration and in such manner as may be prescribed, issue a revised invoice. Issue a against the invoice already issued during the period beginning with the effective date of registration till the date of issuance of certificate of registration to him. So during this intervening period, my dear lovable students, you would have issued so many invoices. But in that invoices, GST number will not be there. That invoices cannot be considered as what invoice? Tax invoices. So first you get the RC. Within 1 month of receipt of the RC, my dear lovable students, you are supposed to issue revised tax invoice for the period between the effective date of registration till the actual date of grant of RC. Comfortable, sir? Sir, what is the requirement for this provision? Why we are having 31 subsection 3 clause A in the GST Act? Question arises, sir. This provision is necessary as a person who become liable for registration has to apply for registration within how many days? For registration. Once you are liable for registration, that day itself practically you can't take the registration. You are liable for registration within. So there is a breathing time. When such an application is made within the what period? Time period. What is the time period? 30 days. And registration is granted. The effective date of registration is the date on which the person become what for registration. That means, sir, this date your aggregator turnover exceed 20 lakh or 40 lakhs or 10 lakh as the case may be. So today itself you are liable to take the registration, my dear lovable students. So if you are taking registration within how many days? 30 days, you are a good boy. If you are a good boy, the effective date of registration is the date of liable for registration and not the date of grant of RC. Comfortable, sir? Sir, what is the purpose of this? In order to pass on the ITC, in order to pass on the... Thus, there would be time lag between the date of what of certificate, grant of certificate of registration and the effective date of registration. Because once you applied for registration within how many days? 30 days, my dear lovable students, you are a good boy. If you are a good boy, sir, your effective date of registration is not the date of grant of RC. It is a date on which you are liable to take the registration. Comfortable? For supply made by such person during this intervening period. My dear lovable students, what is that intervening period? It is a period between the date of effective date of registration till the grant of RC. The law enable issuance of revised what invoice, so that the ITC can be availed by recipient on such supply. Comfortable? Sometimes, my dear lovable students, during that intervening period, not only invoices, revised tax invoice, I have to revise consolidated revised what invoice? Tax invoice. What is the concept, man? Consolidated revise. So the registered person may issue a consolidated revised what invoice in respect of all taxable supply made to a recipient who is not registered under this act. Sir, during this intervening period, I would have supplied to a registered person or what person? Unregistered person. Sir, for whom and all I have issued registered person, he need ITC. For that ITC, my dear lovable students, I have to issue the tax invoice, revised tax invoice. Are you really with me? Sir, if the recipient is an unregistered person, he don't want ITC. But still, sir, in that invoices, whatever I have issued does not contain the GST number. So I have to issue the consolidated revised tax invoice. This and all 1 or 2 more questions will be asked in exam. Are you all really with me? Consolidated revised tax invoice in case of what state supply? That may be either intra-state supply or interstate supply. Sir, in case of interstate supply where the value of supply does not exceed how much? 2,50,000. If the value does not exceed 2,50,000, consolidated revised tax invoice may be issued separately in respect of all recipient located in a particular state. That means up to 2,50,000 you have to issue state-wise consolidated revised what invoice? Tax invoice. Sir, what is the concept? This, sir, one line summary of the entire discussion is, sir, revised tax invoice to be issued in respect of taxable supply effected during this period. Which period? Between the effective date of registration till the date of issuance of certificate. Right, sir? Sir, for whom and all you would have issued, that person may be either registered person or if that person is a registered person, he has to take ITC. So, consolidated revised tax invoice will not be applicable. Sir, you have to issue the revised what invoice? Tax invoice. Comfortable? Sir, unregistered person. Sir, you are supplying during the intervening period to an unregistered person. Sir, for state-wise, you can issue consolidated revised what invoice? Other than state-wise, no such concepts, sir. Are you all really with me? That's it with regard to 31 subsection 1 clause A, which is talking about consolidated tax invoice and revised tax invoice and consolidated revised tax invoice. Shall I move to the next one, man? 31 subsection 3 what B? Clause B. Sir, you have came out of the intervening period. Now your business is going as normal. There is a concept called as, sir, no tax invoice in value less than how much? Sir, if these three conditions are satisfied, sir, instead of issuing what invoice? Tax invoice. You can issue consolidated what invoice? Tax invoice. That is on a daily basis. If you are a supplier of either supplier of goods or supplier of what? Services. Hello, sir. And if your value of supply is less than 200, value of supply is less than, MCQ may test in exam. Value of supply may be less than, and the recipient is unregistered. The recipient is, and recipient does not require such invoice, then no need to issue the tax invoice. Sir, on a daily basis, you can issue bill of supply. You can issue what of supply? Instead of what, man? Sorry, instead of tax invoice, you can issue consolidated tax invoice. What invoice, man? Consolidated. And all the three conditions are applicable even to what of supply also, bill of supply also. What does this mean? What does this 31 subsection 3 clause B is talking? For example, if you are a stationery shop, you are a registered stationery shop nearing to A&M classes, nearing to a school. Sir, some student is coming and buying one pen, 10 rupees pen. Is it possible to raise tax invoice for even 10 rupee, 20 rupee, 30 rupee and all? Then whatever bill cost, whatever profit we are earning will go as the printing and stationery. Correct? So 31 subsection 3 clause B is saying that if three conditions, if you are satisfying on a daily basis, for every supply, don't raise the tax invoice, raise the bill of supply. Sorry, raise the consolidated tax invoice. Sir, the same concept will be applicable for what of supply also, bill of supply also. What are the three conditions, man? Value of supply should be less than 200. Recipient is an unregistered person and recipient does not require such tax invoice. Are you all really with me? Next, we are going to talk about what of supply, bill of supply. So, what is 31 subsection 3 clause A? Revised tax invoice and consolidated revised tax invoice. What is 31 subsection 3 clause B? Consolidated tax invoice on a daily basis. If three conditions are satisfied. I am coming to 31 subsection 3 clause C. Sir, you are a registered person supplying exempted goods or services or both. That means your goods or service are both covered under section 11 of the CGST Act or section 6 of the IGST Act. Or you are paying tax under section 10. What is section 10? Composition levy. Hello, sir. Then instead of issuing a what invoice? Tax invoice, you have to raise a bill of supply. You have to raise a. So what is the one line summary, my dear? Sir, supplier may be supplying taxable supply of what or what or what. Then he has to raise the what invoice? Tax invoice. If three conditions satisfy, consolidated tax invoice on a daily basis. Are you all really with me? Sir, if you are supplying exempted supply of goods or services or both, or you are a composition dealer under section 10, you are supposed to raise the bill of supply or consolidated bill of supply as the what may be, case may be. Comfortable? Even no need to raise the bill of supply if three conditions are. No bill of supply if the value is less than 200. And that bill of supply should have QR code. QR in the sense means what? QR full form? Quick response code. What, man? Quick response code. What code? So one line summary of the entire discussion is bill of supply shall be issued by a what person? Registered person. And no what invoice? Tax invoice. If supplying exempted goods or services or both, or paying tax under what scheme? Composition scheme. So what 31 subsection 3 is dealing various other document than tax invoice. 31 subsection 3 clause A is dealing with the revised tax invoice and consolidated revised tax invoice during the intervening period. Comfortable? 31 subsection 3 clause B is talking about the consolidated tax invoice if three conditions are satisfied. 31 subsection 3 clause C, bill of supply. In case of a registered person who are supplying exempted goods or services or both, or composition tax. I am coming to the next one, man. Very simple, man. 31 subsection 3 clause D is talking about receipt to voucher. What voucher? You are a supplier, either of goods or services or both. You may get advances from the customer, right, sir? When you get advances, the document what you are supposed to be raised is what voucher? Receipt. For advances, issue of what voucher? Receipt voucher. So if you got any advance, issue the what voucher? Sir, sometimes when I am raising the receipt voucher, I don't know what is the rate of tax and nature of supply. An MCQ question, my dear lovable students. If you don't know the rate of tax and MCQ, it will be, sir, it will be treated as 18%. It will be treated as. So where at the time of receipt of advance, if the rate of tax is not determinable, the tax shall be paid at 18%. And nature of supply is not determinable, the same shall be treated as what state supply? Interstate supply. This is one thing you have to carry. Sir, when you are getting the advance, if you don't know the rate of tax, it should be 18%. Nature of supply should be fantastic, sir. Have you got the advance? Once you got the advance, you are supposed to provide the what? Receipt voucher. And you have to provide the supply, either supply of goods or supply of what? Services. If you are not able to provide the supply to the recipient, you have to refund that amount. Alright, sir? Then you have to give the refund voucher as per 31 subsection 3 clause E. What voucher? That is refund voucher if no supply is made and advance is what? Refunded. Comfortable, sir. So, receipt voucher for what payment? Advance payment. So, you got the advance from the customer. Right, sir? What you are supposed to do? You have to provide the supply. You have to provide the, if you provide the supply made means issue what invoice? Tax invoice. If supply not made means issue refund voucher. Comfortable. The last set of discussion, 31 subsection 3 clause F. Invoice requirement in case of what charge? We are having two reverse charge, 9353, 9454. Right, sir? Then, sir, a registered person who is liable to pay tax under what or what? Sir, I am the person who are liable to pay tax under 93 or 53. I am, sir, getting services from an unregistered person. That means supplier is a unregistered person and recipient is a registered person. Recipient is a. Then, my dear lovable students, the recipient, since he is a registered person, he is having the responsibility to raise the what invoice? Tax invoice. Under section 31, subsection 3, clause F. Hello, sir. A registered person who is liable to pay tax under 93 or 94 shall issue an invoice in respect of what or what or what? Received by him from a supplier who is not registered on the date of receipt of what or what or what. That means if the supplier is an unregistered person and recipient is a registered person, this registered person, sir, who is liable to pay tax under 93 or 94 is the person responsible to raise the what invoice? Tax invoice. Because the supplier can't raise the, because he is a dash person. Thus the recipient liable to pay tax under 93 has to issue an invoice only when supplies has been received from a. So what is the one line summary of the entire discussion? If the supplier is a unregistered person and recipient is a registered person being liable to pay tax under 93 or 94, the recipient being the registered person is the person liable to pay raise the what invoice? Comfortable? That's it with regard to that also. An issuance of what voucher? Payment voucher. Issuance of. Now, my dear lovable students, I am the registered person who has raised the tax invoice. I will make the payment to that unregistered supplier. So, when I make the payment, I am supposed to raise the what voucher, man? A registered person who is liable to pay tax under what or what? Shall issue a payment voucher at the time of making payment to whom? Supplier. Are you all really with me? So, we are having 31 subsection 3 clause A. Can you say what is that? Revised tax invoice or consolidated revised tax invoice. Comfortable? What is 31 subsection 3 clause B? Consolidated tax invoice, that is on normal days if three conditions are satisfied. Value of supply should be less than and recipient should be, and the recipient does not need the invoices. Comfortable? 31 subsection 3 clause C, bill of supply. If you are a registered person, instead of supplying taxable goods or services or both, if you are supplying exempted goods or services or both, and if you are a composition dealer, instead of raising tax invoice, issue the bill of supply. 31 subsection 3 clause D is talking about the receipt voucher. What voucher? If you receive what? Advances, you have to raise the receipt voucher. 31 subsection 3, sir, after you receive the advances, if you are not able to provide the supply, you have to refund that amount. At that time, you have to give the refund voucher. What voucher, man? These are the additional documents which we have other than tax invoice, right, sir? 31 subsection 3 clause F, sir, tax invoice to be raised by the registered person who are liable to pay tax under 9.3 or 9.4 as the 31 subsection 3 clause G is the payment voucher. If this registered person is making payment to that unregistered supplier, then payment voucher has to be raised. With this, other documents also comes to an. Are you all really with me? Other provision regarding the debit note and what? Credit note. Sir, now I'm going to close this prohibition of unauthorized collection of tax as per section 32. As per section. Sir, what the GST Act is saying that these two people should not collect tax. Number one, unregistered person not to collect tax. Are you an unregistered person? At any cost, you are not supposed to collect the tax. Nyayam. And registered person to collect tax as per the Act. Are you really with me? If for your product, if it is 12%, you are supposed to collect tax only at 12%. Don't collect tax at 18%. That's what section 32. If you are, sir, being an unregistered person collecting tax or being a registered person collecting wrong tax, it will become unauthorized collection of tax. As per section what 2? Are you all really with me? Sir, we understood that who are the person who are supposed to raise the what invoice? This is what invoice. In that tax invoice, show the tax amount clearly. How much is the CGST? How much is the SGST? How much is the IGST? That's what amount of tax to be indicated in the tax invoice and other document. So in the tax invoice, you have to specifically show what is the amount of tax. That's what section what? 33. 33. Are you all really with me? Sir, my dear lovable students, you would have issued tax invoice. You would have issued. After issuing tax invoice, there may be some mistake in the tax invoice, whatever you have issued. Then you will issue an alternate document called as debit note and credit note. What note and what note? Debit note and credit note. Tell me. That's what section what? 34. Under these 4 circumstances. How many circumstances? Because it is 34, that is why it is how many circumstances? You will be issuing credit note. You will be issuing. So you may get a question that what are the 4 circumstances in which you have to issue a what note? Credit note. Circumstance number 1. The taxable value in the tax invoice is found to exceed the taxable value in respect of what? Such supply. For example, I have raised an invoice. I raised an invoice like this. I showed like this, my dear, value of supply as 10 lakh. Value of supply as? Actually, the value of supply is only 8 lakh. But I have extra debited how much lakh? 2 lakh. So I have to credit to you. I have to issue a what note? Credit note. So I actually have issued a tax invoice. But in that tax invoice, I'm supposed to raise only 8 lakh. But I showed how much lakh? 10 lakh. Then there is an extra 2 lakhs. My dear lovable students, for that 2 lakh, I can issue what note? Credit. That is circumstance number. That is a taxable value in the what invoice. Is found to exceed the taxable value in respect of such. Sir, instead of 8 lakh, if you charge 10 lakh, automatically the tax will also be more. Because I would have charged tax at 10 lakh instead of. So, the tax charged in that tax invoice is found to exceed the tax payable in respect of such. Instead of collecting 18%, if I collect 28%, that extra will be there. To that extent, I have to reverse by issuing what note? Or when the goods supplied are returned by the what? Recipient. You are the recipient. You have returned the goods to me. Then, my dear lovable students, I have to credit to you by way of issuing the what note? Credit note. Where the goods or services or both supplied are found to be what? Then you will not give the money to me because the goods are deficient. Then I have debited you when I am sending the goods. Now I have to credit you by way of issuing what note? Credit note. Comfortable? So these are the circumstances in which the credit note has to be issued. Taxable value in the invoice is more than the taxable value in respect of such supply. Tax charged in the invoice is more than the tax payable in respect of such supply. Where the goods supplied are returned by the recipient, where the goods or services or both are supplied are found to be defective. Comfortable? Fantastic to the core. Coming to the sir, debit note. These are the two circumstances in which you are supposed to raise the what note. Number one, the taxable value in the tax invoice is found to be less than the taxable value in respect of such supply. That means, my dear lovable students, I have shown only 8 lakh, but the actual value of supply is 10 lakh. But that means I have short debited you. So I am going to debit you extra by way of how much lakh? 2 lakh. That is called as what note? Debit note. And tax charged in the tax invoice is found to be less than the tax payable in respect of such supply. That means I should have charged 28%, but I have charged only 18%. Registered supplier of goods or services or both may issue what note? Debit note. That means taxable value in the invoice is less than taxable value in respect of such supply. Or tax charged in the invoice is less than tax payable in respect of such supply. In that circumstances, you will issue the, that's it with regard to the, sir, when you are supposed to raise the tax invoice. That is a time limit for raising the tax invoice. What are the extra other documents you are supposed to be raised, like debit note and credit note? With this background, my dear lovable students, we can start with the time of supply, which are covered under section 12, 13 and 14. Are you comfortable till now? Yes, sir. Sir, I hope that you would have pakka understood who is supposed to raise the tax invoice. Who is supposed to raise the tax invoice is explained in section 31. 31 is the what invoice? Tax invoice. Now going to the contents of the tax invoice, this is a very important chapter with regard to the procedural aspects. Sir, I understood that I may be a supplier of goods or supplier of services, right, sir? If I am a supplier of goods or supplier of services, I have to raise the what invoice? Tax invoice. Sir, this content should be there in the tax invoice. Number one, supplier's details. First, my detail. First, supplier's details like name, address, GSTIN of the what? Supplier. A consecutive serial number not exceeding how many characters? And date of its issue. These three basic things should be there. What are three basic things? Tell me. Name, address and GSTIN of the supplier. A consecutive serial number not exceeding 16 characters and date of its issue. Now the next one, recipient's details. The second part is what? Recipients. That recipient may be registered recipient or unregistered recipient. If the recipient is a registered recipient, what is its name? What is its address? And GSTIN and UIN of the recipient. Unique identification number of the recipient. If the recipient is a what person? Unregistered person. If the recipient is an unregistered person, you have to check the value of supply. You have to check that. Whether that value of supply is 50,000 or more, or the value of supply is less than 50,000. Comfortable? If the value of supply is 50,000 or more, my dear lovable students, you have to say the name and dash of the recipient, address of the recipient and the address of delivery along with the name of the state and its code. If the recipient is an unregistered person and the value of supply is less than how much? 50,000. Then unregistered person recipient may still request the aforesaid details. All these details, sometimes he may ask that please show in the invoice. Then we are supposed to show in the invoice. Comfortable? So first one, whose detail? Supplier's detail. Number two, recipient detail. Number three is goods and services details. Like what is the HSN code for goods or services? Harmonized system of nomenclature. Harmonized system of, that is its name. And number two is description of what or what? Goods or services. Quantity in case of goods and unit or unique quantity code and total value of supply of what or what or what? Goods or services. These are the details you have to show in the what invoice? Tax invoice. Number one, whose detail? Supplier's details, recipient details, goods and services details. The next one is tax detail. What is the taxable value of supply of goods or services? What is the taxable value? Whether it is 5 lakh or 10 lakh or 20 lakh. What is the rate of tax? That is CGST, how much? SGST, how much? IGST, how much? What is the amount of tax charged in respect of taxable what or what? Goods or services. Place of supply along with the name of the state. In case the supply, in case of interstate trade or what? Commerce. These details and all given. Number one, what? Taxable value of supply of goods. Rate of tax. Amount of tax. Place of supply along with the name of the state. Comfortable? the other details. So tell me, what are the contents of the tax invoice? Number one, supplier's detail, recipient detail, goods and services detail, tax details, other details. What are the other details? Address of delivery, where the same is different from the what of supply. Place of supply is in Kerala, but it has to be delivered in some other place, means what is address of delivery has to be separately shown in the invoice. Whether the tax is payable on what charge basis, whether the tax is liable to be paid on FCM or RCM, and signature or the digital signature of the supplier or his what representative. You have to sign it in the invoice that all the details has been pakka shown in invoice. Comfortable? And the last additional information is QR code and e-invoice. QR code, and in your invoice you have to show the QR code, which is quick response code. What code, man? QR code means quick response code, having embedded IRN. In that, IRN should be there. IRN stands for invoice reference number. Tell me, invoice reference number. MCQ they may ask. Invoice reference number. So QR code stands for quick response code, and in that QR code you should embed the IRN. Are you all really with me? Yes, sir. And in that QR code, you have to, in that invoice, you have to declare that e-invoice is not required to be what? Issued. So you have to check whether you have to issue the e-invoice or not. If you are a person who are supposed to issue the what invoice? E-invoice, you should not write this. Otherwise, you have to mention that e-invoice is not required to be issued. In all cases, when the invoices are issued. Are you all really with me? Other than an e-invoice by a taxpayer having aggregate turnover in any preceding financial year from 17-18 onwards, more than how much? Very important data for examination. If your aggregate turnover in the immediately preceding previous year, any of the immediately preceding previous year exceeds how much crore? You are supposed to raise the e-invoice. You are supposed to raise the, suppose someone is coming and asking you, who is supposed to raise the what invoice? E-invoice. If the aggregate turnover in the immediately preceding previous year exceeds 5 crore, then they are supposed to raise the e-invoice. Right, sir? So, invoice having what code, man? QR code. Invoice is having, whose invoice should have QR code? Question arises. This may be a 4-mark question for examination, sir. Whose invoice should have what code? QR code. Sir, an invoice issued by a what person? If you are a registered person whose aggregate turnover in any of the preceding financial year from what? 17-18. Because from 17-18 only GST started. That is why from 17 exceeds how much crore? 500 crore. That means if the aggregate turnover in the immediately preceding previous year or any of the previous year from 17 exceed how much crore? Be very clear. Be very clear. If the turnover exceed, first of all, you should be a registered person whose aggregate turnover in any preceding financial year. Count from 17-18. Look at 17-18 turnover, 18-19 turnover, 19-20 turnover, 20-21 turnover, 21-22 turnover, 22-23 turnover. Hello, sir. Any of that previous year exceeds how much crore? 500 crores. How much crore? And if you are supplying to an unregistered person, to a what person? Shall have dynamic what? QR code. Shall have dynamic QR code. Are you all really with me? But they have created an exception to the QR code. However, such registered person make a dynamic what code? QR code. That is dynamic quick response code available to the recipient through a digital display. Such B2C invoice issued by such registered person containing what reference? Payment using a dynamic QR code shall be deemed to have quick response code. Are you all really with me? That means if you are a registered person, if your aggregate turnover in any of the previous year from 17-18 exceeds 500 crore. If you are supplying to a what person? Unregistered person, sir, shall have dynamic QR code. Are you all really with me? Yes, sir. Sir, what is this full line? We will read it. An invoice issued by a what person? Whose aggregate turnover in any preceding financial year from 17-18 onwards exceeds how much crore? Other than means except these people who's referred in rule number 54 sub rule 2, 54 sub rule 3, 54 sub rule 4 or 54 sub rule 4a. That is service supplier of what services? That is except notified services. Unregistered person referred in section 14 of the what act? IGS. That is OIDA are service suppliers. Other than these two people, to a dash registered person shall have dynamic QR code. Are you all really with me? When you are raising the invoice, the another requirement in the tax invoice is the HSN code, harmonized system of nomenclature, or otherwise called as what code? You should understand about this. This is another 4-mark area they may ask. The number of digits of harmonized system of what nature? Code for goods or service that a class of registered person shall be required to be mentioned. That means when you are raising the tax invoice, you have to mention HSN code. What code? Sir, a class of supply of goods or services or both for which specified number of digit of HSN shall be required to be mentioned by all registered what payer. If you are a registered taxpayer, in your tax invoice, HSN code should be mentioned. HSN code should be, how much code I should mention? Sir, if your annual turnover in the immediately preceding previous year is up to 5 crore means 4 digit. Up to 5 crore mean? More than 5 crore means 6 digit. More than 5 crore mean? Sir, less than 5. What is a number less than 5? That's why, sir, 4 digit. More than 5. What is the next number? That's why 6 digit. That's it, man. Sir, this may be a 1-mark MCQ question for examination. Take it. Sir, but exceptions, sir. However, a registered person having aggregate turnover up to how much crore in a previous year may not mention 4 digits of HSN code in a what invoice issued by him under the rules in respect of supply made to a what person. If you are supplying to an unregistered person, leave it, man. Are you all really with me? The next requirements are being a supplier of goods or services or both. You may do either export or SEZ supply. Export means you will take the goods or services or both from India to outside India, right, sir? Or what supply, man? SEZ supply. You are having 2 option, man. Option number 1 and option number 2. Sir, you are not doing domestic tariff area sale. You are going to export it. You are having 2 option. Option number 1 and option number 2. Option number 1. Supply meant for what? Export. In that invoice, you have to write that supply meant for or supply to what unit? SEZ unit or what developer? For authorized operation on payment of what tax? Integrated tax. Either you can do the export on payment of integrated tax or supply meant for export or supply to SEZ unit or SEZ developer for what operation? Under bond or LUT option. Under bond or LUT means letter of undertaking. So you are having 2 options. You can complete your export either by way of payment of the IGST Act or you can export without payment of IGST. That is called as bond or LUT option. Bond or, sir, particulars of export invoice are same as what invoice? You have to show the suppliers, sir, details, recipient details, tax details, goods details. Everything has to be mentioned even in case of a export invoice also. But in addition to all those, my dear lovable students, you are supposed to mention that we are going to export it either by payment of GST or by way of bond or LUT. However, the recipient is unregistered and the value of supply is how much? 50,000 or more. Instead of the name of state and its code, in case of an export invoice, name of country of destination is to be mentioned. Because export means it is not the place within India. You are going to export where? Outside India. So you should not mention the state code. You have to mention the country code. Logic clear? This may be another 4-mark question for exam. Income from bill of supply. Sometimes invoice come bill of supply. Sometimes they may ask a question. Write a short note on invoice come bill of supply. If you don't write this exact what is a concept, you won't get mark. Sir, where a registered person, first of all, you should be a is supplying taxable as well as exempted goods. So they are dealing with the taxable plus what? Exempted goods or services or both to a dash person. Oh my God. That means the supplier should be a registered person. Supply should be taxable. Supply of taxable plus what? Exempted goods or service or both. And the recipient should be a single invoice cum bill of supply may be issued. We already discussed in case of a registered person who are supplying taxable supply of goods or service or both, tax invoice will come. In case of my dear lovable students, sir, who is a registered person who are supplying exempted goods or service or both, bill of supply. If a person is doing both to an unregistered person, invoice cum bill of supply can be issued. Comfortable? What is the manner of issuing invoice? We already discussed, man. 3 copy in case of supplier of goods, right, sir? Original copy to the recipient, duplicate copy to the transporter, and triplicate copy to the. And in case of supplier of what? Services, sir, my dear lovable students, original copy to the recipient and duplicate copy to the. and serial number to be furnished how? Electronically. When you are filing form GSTR 1, that is your outward supply, you should mention from this number to this number I have made supply during this particular month. That's what serial number has to be mentioned, sir, electronically. Comfortable? Now we are going to talk about e-invoicing. What invoicing? Sir, e-invoicing is a very important topic for examination. Sir, they will be asking the applicability of e-invoicing more than 5 crore from 1st August 2023. For our year, earlier when it came, it was 500 crore, then it is cut down to 100 crore, then 50 crore, then 20 crore, then 10 crore, all put it on dustbin. That and all not relevant. For our examination, if, sir, in any of the financial year, aggregate turnover in any financial year from what? 17-18, because they made retrospective amendment. From 17-18, if the turnover is more than how much crore? 5 crore, my dear lovable students, you are supposed to raise the invoice. How much crore? Very important point. How much crore? So you are having two threshold limit here. One is for QR code and also for the invoice. For QR code, how much? 500 crores. Right, sir? For e-invoice, how much, man? 5 crores. Now, invoice other than e-invoice, not regarded as invoice. For example, if you are a person whose aggregate turnover in any of the previous year exceed 5 crore, and if you are not issuing e-invoice and you are issuing some other invoice, that some other invoice, put it on dustbin. It will not be treated as invoice. Comfortable? But always government will create certain exception, non-applicability of certain provisions in case of what invoice, man? E-invoice. We are going to talk in depth of e-invoice, man. Sir, how I have to create a e-invoice? This is what step number 1. Very important area for examination. According to me, whatever we have discussed till now, this area is highly important. E-invoice is not generation of invoice by government portal. E-invoice doesn't mean that, sir, you are raising the invoice by using the government portal. No. You have to raise the invoice by using your accounting software itself, by Tally, SAP or etc. Taxpayer will continue to create their GST invoice, their own accounting or billing or ERP system as per e-invoice schema. Are you all really with me? Sir, first, so that is what step number 1. You have to create the invoice by using your own accounting portal. Then that invoice has to be uploaded. That invoice has to be This invoice then be reported to IRP. There is a concept called as IRP, Invoice Registration Portal. So first you have to create the invoice by your own. Then you have to upload to the IRP. What is IRP? Invoice Registration. On such reporting, IRP will generate IRN. IRP will generate. So what is step number 1? Self-preparation. What is step number 1? Once you self-prepare the invoice, you have to report to the IRP. What is IRP? Invoice Registration Portal. You have to register the invoice. How are you taking registration under the GST? Same way you have to register the invoice in a portal called as IRP, Invoice Registration Portal. Comfortable? Once you have registered the invoice, man, then IRN. What is IRN? Invoice Reference Number. That will create a number called as invoice. That will digitally sign it and return the invoice to the what? Supplier. So first create the e-invoice by your portal. Sir, upload in the IRP. It will generate IR and after that it will return back to you. Comfortable? This is step number 3. A GST invoice will be valid only with a valid what? IRN. What is IRN? Invoice Reference Number. Presently invoices, credit note, debit note when issued by notified person to a registered person, B2B or for purpose of export are covered under what invoice? E-invoice. That means, my dear lovable students, only to a registered person you are supposed to issue the e-invoice. To an unregistered person you are not supposed to raise the e-invoice. My turnover in the any of the immediately preceding previous year exceeds how much crore? 5 crores. Then I am supposed to raise the what invoice? E-invoices. Comfortable? How to raise the invoice? Do the self-preparation. Upload in the IRP. They will generate IRN and that invoice will be returned back to you. Only if you are going to supply to a registered person or export, then only you are supposed to raise the e-invoice. Though different documents are covered, for ease of reference and understanding, system is referred as what invoicing. Sir, what are the advantages of doing this e-invoicing? Quickly we will go through. This is advantage number 1. Auto reporting of invoices in the what return. And auto generation of e-way bill if required. Sir, once you have registered your invoices in the IRP, sir, automatically that will be reflected in the GSTR return. And if needed, automatically e-way bill will be generated. This is advantage number. Advantage number 2, it will facilitate standardization and interoperability, leading to reduction of dispute among transacting party. For example, sir, I am the supplier, you are the recipient. Sir, e-invoices will reduce the interoperability. Sir, improve payment cycle. I know that when the invoice has been raised, I will get the proper timely payment. A reduction of what cost? Processing cost. And thereby great improving overall business efficiency. A pakka perfectly business will move. This is advantage number 2. It will enable the system level matching of input tax and output tax. My output tax collected will become your input tax. Are you all really with me? Automatically it will be matched. Because of that, government's efficiency will increase. Are you all really with me? It will eliminate the fake invoices, as the tax authority will have access to data in what time? Real time. Sir, you can't supply without invoice. You can't, sir, raise the invoice without supply. Because first, once you made the invoices, you have to upload that invoices. You have to register in the IRP. It will generate IRN. Comfortable. So, fake invoices can be, sir, eliminated. Are you all really with me? What are the class of person to be notified to be mandatorily to issue what? This is the one-line summary for examination. These guys are compulsory liable to issue what invoice? E-invoices. A registered person whose aggregate turnover in any preceding financial year from which year onwards exceeds how much crore has been notified as the class of person who has to prepare e-invoice in respect of what supply or for what export. These two are very important. First of all, you should be a registered person whose aggregate turnover in any of the immediately preceding previous year from 17-18 exceed 5 crore. Then you are supposed to make e-invoices. Comfortable? Yes, sir. But these people, the exception man, this presently, such notified person are not required or allowed to report B2C invoices. What to see? So, e-invoices are covered only under B2B. If you are supplying to B2B, then those people are only required to what? Issue invoices. Further, e-invoice also not applicable to invoice issued by input service distributor. ISD, as per section 20, he will raise the invoice. He is not supposed to raise the invoice. These are the two people exception. B2C and also ISD. Comfortable? Sir, RCM under section 9.3, what invoice applicable? Sir, you may be a supplier of what man? RCM under 9.3. Sir, you are supposed to raise the invoice. Still, for you, the e-invoice provisions will be, if the invoice issued by a what person is in respect of supply made by him, the tax on which is payable under reverse charge under 9.3, e-invoice is applicable. So, e-invoice provisions are applicable even for 9.3 also. Comfortable? Sir, RCM under 9.4 is e-invoice provisions not applicable. That means for 9.3, e-invoice provisions will be applicable. For 9.4, e-invoice provisions will not be applicable. On the other hand, where specified category of supplier are received by what person? From unregistered person, attracting reverse charge under 9.4 or through what of services? E-invoices does not arise. Comfortable, sir? Sir, these people, even though, another hit area for examination, even though your aggregate turnover in any of the preceding financial year from 17-18 exceeds how much crore? No need to raise the e-invoice. Normal invoice is enough. Number 1, Special Economic Zone Unit, SEZ unit. This is exemption number 1. And exception number 2, insurer or banking company or financial institution, including what? Exception number 3, GTA supplying service in relation to transportation of goods by road in a what carriage? Goods carriage. And supplier of passenger transportation services. That is exception number what? 4. And person supplying service by admission to exhibition of what film? Cinematographic film in multiplex screens. And exception number 6, a government department or what? Local. These 6 people are not supposed to raise the invoice, even though they are. So following entities are exempt from mandatory requirement of invoice. You may get an MCQ question. 6 people. Number 1, Special Economic Zone, insurer or banking company or financial institution including NBFC, GTA supplying service in relation to transportation of goods by road in a goods carriage, supplier of passenger transportation services, person supplying services by way of admission to exhibition of cinematographic film in multiplex screens, a government department or a local authority. Comfortable, sir? We already discussed, sir, how to generate a e-invoice. Step number 1, self-preparation. The taxpayer first to prepare and generate his invoice using his own ERP. And it has to be uploaded to The invoice must conform to the e-invoice schema, standard notified format, and must have mandatory parameters. Right, sir? Sir, the details of this invoice are uploaded or reported by taxpayer to IRP. What is IRP? This way, taxpayer register his supply transaction on IRP on what? Uploading. And IRP returns the invoice with the IRN. What is IRN? Invoice reference number. After digitally signing the e-invoice and adding a what code? QR code. What is QR code? Quick response. Then the supplier share the e-invoice with the what? Recipient along with the what code. And after you generated a invoice, if you want to cancel it or amend it, where needed, the seller can cancel IRN for e-invoice already reported by reporting it on IRP within what time? We will give some specified time. Within that time, you can either cancel the e-invoice or you can amend the e-invoice already uploaded on what? IRP. Will be done only on what portal? Amendment of invoice is not possible through IRP. Comfortable? That's it, man. So, in today's revision, we have done when a supplier is supposed to raise the tax invoice. That is what covered in section what? 31. 31 is talking about three things: basics, continuous supply, and others. Basics, 31 subsection 1. Time limit for issue of invoice in case of supplier of goods. 31 subsection 2. Time limit for issue of invoice in case of supplier of services. 31 subsection 3. Other provisions. 31 subsection 4. Issue of invoice in case of continuous supply of goods. 31 subsection 5. Issue of invoice in case of continuous supply of services. And 31 subsection 6. Issue of invoice at the time of cessation of supply. And 31 subsection 7. Sale or return basis. Comfortable? This is the background you need to understand time of supply, which is section 12, section 13, and section 14. That will be the next slot of revision, my dear lovable students. Have a proper revision of tax invoice, debit note, and credit note. Then come to the time of supply. Then you will feel the difference. I hope that you are very much comfortable till now. I am with you from your heart. Anybody is there? Where is a grand clap? Yes, sir. Sir, we are in the mission of revision of GST for our Jan examination. In that, the first topic, sir, tax invoice, debit note, and credit note, we have completed. By that chapter, we have understood that, sir, who is supposed to raise the tax invoice? When they are supposed to raise the tax invoice? Sir, when they are supposed to raise the bill of supply? What are the contents of tax invoice? What is e-invoicing? How to raise the e-invoice? All the procedural aspects relating to the tax invoice we have done. Now, we are moving into the types of supply. There are three types of supply are there. Number 1, time of supply. Number 2, value of supply. And number 3, place of supply. One supply is having one intention or objective. The first one is, so the supply we can classify into 3 category, my dear lovable students. Number 1 is time of supply. Number 2 is value of supply. And number 3 is place of supply. Time of supply is answering when you are supposed to pay the tax. That is, you will be collecting either tax under forward charge or you are liable to pay tax under reverse charge. So when you are supposed to pay the tax to the government is what the question answered by time of supply. On what value I have to pay the tax? What is the value of supply? Is what the discussion of value of supply. What tax I should pay? What tax I should pay? Whether I have to pay CGST, SGST or IGST is, sir, explained by place of supply. These are the 3 things, man. Number 1, time of supply, value of supply, and place of supply. Time of supply is answering when are you liable to pay the tax. Value of supply, on what value. And place of supply, sir, what tax you should pay. Shall we start with the quick revision of time of supply? Time of supply is dealing in 3 sections. Section 12, Section 13, Section 14. Section 12 is talking about time of supply of goods. Time of supply of goods. Section 13 is time of supply of services. Time of supply of. Section 14, time of supply in case of change in rate of tax. Time of supply in case of. Sir, Section 12, sir, 12 subsection 1, applicability. What is this section? Section 12 subsection 1 is saying that liability for payment of tax arises at what of supply. Sir, when I am liable to pay the tax to the government, you have to see the time of supply. For example, if a bus comes, sir, when we are waiting for a bus, sir, when a bus comes, our time started. When train started, we have to get into the train. The same way, when this time started, it's the time to payment of tax to the government. So the liability to pay tax on goods shall arise at the time of supply as determined in accordance with the provisions of this section. So if someone is coming and asking you that when I am liable to pay the tax to the government, that question is answered by time of supply. That's what 12 subsection 1. 12.1 is applicable to goods and 13.1 is applicable to services. These are parallel section. 12.1 is applicable to goods and 13.1 is applicable to... Okay, sir. Sir, my circumstance, I understood, sir. I am a supplier of goods. Sir, if I am a supplier of goods, my circumstance may be covered either under my case may be a forward charge. What charge? If that is the situation, it is covered under 12 subsection 2. That is talking about what? Forward charge. Sir, forward charge, that is classified into 4 categories. Forward charge classified into supply involves movement of goods. Tell me, supply involves movement of goods. Supply does not involve movement of goods. Continuous supply of goods and sale or return basis. My dear lovable students, supply involves movement of goods. Supply does not involve movement of goods. Continuous supply of goods and sale or return basis. So if you are supplier of goods and your case is covered under forward charge, that means your case is not covered under reverse charge. That means it is not covered under 9.3 or 5.3 or 9.4 or 5.4 of the CGST Act. Then when you are liable to pay tax, means you have to come and check this provision. Then your situation is classified into 4 categories. Supply involves movement of goods. Supply does not involve movement of goods. Continuous supply of goods and sale or return basis. Are you all really with me? Sir, whatever may be the situation, whether supply involves movement of goods, supply does not involve movement of goods, continuous supply of goods or sale or return basis, you have to check whether the invoice is a valid invoice or invalid invoice. Whether the invoice is a valid invoice or... Sir, what do you mean by valid invoice? We have studied the time limit in which we are supposed to raise the tax invoice, right, sir? If you are, sir, raising the tax invoice as specified in section 31, subsection 1, clause A, 31, subsection 1, clause B, 31, subsection 4, and 31, subsection 7. We already know that for goods, 147 is the shortcut. So if you are raising the tax invoice within the time limit of 31 subsection 1, 31 subsection 4 and 31 subsection 7, such an invoice is a valid invoice. Such an invoice is a... So the act is saying that if the invoice is a valid invoice, then date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier. Then date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier. Whereas, my dear lovable students, if the invoice is an invalid invoice, what do you mean by invalid invoice? I have not raised the invoice within the time stipulated under section 31. Stipulated under section 31. Then such an invoice is a invalid invoice. If invoice is an invalid invoice, then I can't take the date of invoice because that invoice I have not raised within the due date. Then I should take due date for raising the invoice under section 31. Due date for raising the invoice under section 31 or date of payment, whichever is earlier. Date of payment, whichever is. Sir, everyone will be having a doubt. What do you mean by date of payment, sir? First of all, let me ask you a very simple question. Is this forward charge or reverse charge? Forward charge. Forward charge means it is from the supplier's angle or recipient angle. So the date of what payment means date on which amount is recorded in the books of accounts of the supplier, because it is from the angle of the supplier. So the date on which amount is recorded in the books of accounts of the supplier, or date on which amount is credited in the bank account of the supplier, whichever is what earlier, this will be called it as date of payment. This will be called it as. So what we have discussed till now, sir, we have discussed 12.1. What is 12.1? The liability for payment of tax for goods arises at time of supply. So what is 12.2? Sir, forward charge. If you are supplier of goods, analyze your situation. whether your circumstance is falling under forward charge or reverse charge, right sir? So 12 to forward charge. Forward charge classified into 4 category. Number 1, supply involves movement of goods. Supply does not involve movement of goods. Continuous supply of goods and sale or return basis, right sir? Sir, whatever may be the situation, you have to check in the question that whether the invoice has been raised within the due date specified under section 31. If that is the case, my dear lovable students, then invoice is a valid invoice. If invoice is a valid invoice, then date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier. If invoice is not a valid invoice, then due date for raising the invoice under section 31 or date of payment, whichever is earlier. Comfortable, sir? Sir, what do you mean by date of payment? Date of payment means the date on which the amount is recorded in the books of accounts of the supplier, or date on which the amount is credited in the bank account of the supplier, whichever is fantastic to the core. This is very important for examination, my dear lovable students. We are having notification. One notification, this notification is applicable only for supply of goods. If you are supplier of goods, and if you are traveling or situation is covered under forward charge mechanism, then this notification will be applicable. No GST on advances. No GST on. My dear lovable students, if you are supplier of goods, sometimes the recipient of goods may give you advances, right sir? Sir, what the earlier provision was, on that advances we are supposed to pay GST to the government. That means if someone is one plant and machinery, we have to manufacture the plant and machinery, right sir? Sir, sometimes I am getting an advance of how much lakh? 5 lakh rupees. Are you all really with me? Sir, I have to treat this 5 lakh rupees as inclusive of GST, and inside this 5 lakh, I have to pay either 12% or 18% or 28% to the government. Then 100 minus 28 or 12 or 18, whatever may be, only balance will be with me to manufacture the goods. Then my working capital will get affected. That means I have to get a loan to manufacture the goods and to complete my business. So government said that if you are a supplier of goods, don't worry at all. Don't worry at all. Don't pay the GST on advance basis. You got the advances, yeah. First you complete the work. First you complete the work and supply the goods. Then you raise the invoice. At that time, you are supposed to pay the what? GST. We don't want to, sir, disturb you. So that's what notification number 66 bar 2017. Tell me notification number. That notification number also you carry in your heart. That notification number 66 bar 2017. This is a story what they have explained in notification number 66 bar. And as per GST Act itself, before coming this notification itself, they said that, sir, advances up to 1,000, don't pay GST on advance basis. Pay GST on invoice basis. For example, I will give you. For example, if you are a supplier, my dear lovable students, you have supplied 15,750 rupees worth rupees goods. But the recipient, since he's a regular customer, he has transferred 16,000 rupees. Are you all really with me? He said that extra 250 is there. I know that 250 extra we can adjust in the very next bill. That means there is an advance of how much? 250 to the extent of how much? 1,000. What GST Act is saying that this 250, for this 250, either you can pay the GST now, or don't worry, you complete the next supply. At that time only you will adjust this 250. At that time you pay the GST. We are okay with it. So inside the GST Act itself, we are having advances up to how much? 1,000. And beyond 1,000, it is covered by notification, my dear lovable students. I am proceeding, sir. In short, this is what the one line summary. All taxpayers, except composition supplier. Why except composition supplier? Because composition supplier will not pay GST based on their advance. Composition supplier will pay GST only based on the turnover. Only based on the. So for them, notification number 66 bar 2017 does not have any role. No need to apply this notification. That's why they have excluded the composition supplier. Are exempt from paying GST at the time of receipt of advance in relation to supply of goods. That means what notification number 66 bar 2017 is saying that if you are a supplier of goods other than composition dealer, If you are getting advances, my dear lovable students, on that advances, you are not liable to pay GST. The entire GST shall be payable only when the invoice for the supply of such goods is issued or ought to have been issued. Comfortable, sir? Sir, why we have excluded composition supplier? Composition supplier has to pay in lieu of tax payable by him an amount calculated at the prescribed rate. As we all know, what is the prescribed rate? Either 1% or 5% or 1% as the applied on his turnover in the state or what territory? Union territory for a particular quarter. That means, my dear lovable students, sir, composition dealer is liable to pay tax. Composition dealer is liable to pay tax or based upon the what? Turnover. Therefore, the composition supplier is not required to pay any tax on advance received, as the same does not form part of what supply? Taxable supply. And in turn, also does not form part of the turnover in the state or what territory. Because one line summary of the entire discussion is, composition dealer will pay their tax based upon the turnover, not based upon the advances. Hence, this notification is not applicable to the composition dealer. Comfortable? This is as per notification. The second part is time of supply of goods in case of small advances. Up to how much? Sir, if the advance is up to 1,000, Act itself saying that don't pay tax on receipt basis. Pay the tax on invoice basis. So, small advances up to 1,000. Date of invoice to be the what of supply. Fantastic to the core. So, we are talking about section 12. Section 12 is talking about the time of supply. Sir, if you are coming and asking me when I am liable to pay tax to the government, I will show you based upon whether you are supplier of goods or supplier of services. If you are supplier of goods, section 12 will be applicable. If you are supplier of services, section 13 will be applicable. Section 12.1 is saying that liability for payment of tax arises at time of supply. Now, okay, fine. I am going to find out what is my circumstances, whether my case is covered under forward charge or reverse charge. If it is forward charge, I will follow 12.2. That 12.2 is classifying into again 4 circumstances. Supply involves movement of goods. Supply does not involve movement of goods. Continuous supply of goods and sale or return base. Why this classification? Because for every circumstances, we are having different time limit for raising the invoice under section 31. If your case is covered under supply involves movement of goods, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the date of removal of goods. Comfortable? If the supply does not involve movement of goods, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the date of delivery of goods or goods made available to the recipient. In case of continuous supply of goods, checkpoint will be either successive statement or successive payment, as the case may be. In case of sale or return basis, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the date of supply or 6 months from the date of removal, whichever is what earlier. So, for 4 circumstances, we are having different time limit to raise the invoice. So, you have to pick it whether your case is forward charge. In that, whether supply involves movement of goods, supply does not involve movement of goods, continuous supply of goods or sale or return basis. Then you have to go and check section 31. What is the due date for raising the invoice? Then in the question, you have to see that whether the invoice has been raised within that time limit. If that is the case, invoice is a valid invoice. Otherwise, invoice has to be declared as invalid invoice. Then if it is valid invoice, date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is. If it is invalid invoice, then due date for raising the invoice or date of payment, whichever is. And if the payment is before the date of invoice, that means first invoice and then only what? Payment. Hello, sir. First invoice and then only payment, you can declare the date of invoice as the time of supply. But if it is first payment and then only what? Invoice, then you have to apply notification number 66/2070. I hope that the steps are very clear, my dear lovable students. Sometimes the goods what I am dealing may be covered under reverse charge 12 subsection 3. 12 subsection 3, sir, time of supply in case of goods under what charge? Reverse charge. In case of reverse charge means you have fall under 9.3 or 5.3. 9.3 or 5.3. So 9.3 or 5.3 is equal to 12.3. Are you all really with me? Or you have fall under 9.4 or 5.4. 9.4 or 5.4 is equal to 12.3. So this circumstances, my dear lovable students, is applicable for reverse charge. What charge? If it is reverse charge, sir, RCM, reverse charge mechanism, 3 actions will be applicable. How many actions? So like this, date of receipt of goods. Tell me. So if today I receive the goods, that's it. The action done. As a recipient, today itself, you are supposed to pay the tax to the government. Number 2, date of payment. Date of. As a recipient, you have made the payment to whom? Supplier. That's it. You have made the payment. Whether the goods received or not, we will not consider. In the first circumstance, you receive the goods. Whether you have paid or not, we will consider. Second one, you have made the payment. We will not consider whether you have received the goods or not. Next one, 31st day from the issue of invoice by the supplier. That means the supplier has issued what? Invoice. Sir, whether you have made the payment, sir, irrelevant for us. Whether you received the goods, irrelevant for us. Because he has raised the invoice and 31 days has expired. What are you doing? Pay the tax. So what government is saying that, sir, as per section 12 subsection 3, it's a 3 action. Number 1, date of receipt of goods or date of payment or 31st day from the supplier's invoice, whichever is. Are you all really with me? Can you say once again what is the time of supply? Date of receipt of goods or date of payment or 31st day from the supplier's invoice, whichever is earlier. Sir, is this forward charge or reverse charge? It is from the angle of then the date of payment will change, right, sir? The date on which payment is recorded in the books of accounts of the recipient of goods. If it is forward charge, supplier of goods. If it is reverse charge, and date on which payment is debited from the bank account of the recipient of goods, whichever is what? Earlier. Comfortable? That's it. What is 12.1? Applicability or, sir, time of supply has to be find out as per this section. What is 12.2? Forward charge. What is 12.3? Reverse charge. I am coming to 12.4. Sir, time of supply in case of, sir, vouchers. Vouchers, sir, for goods. Are you all really with me? Sir, what you have to think is, you are going to a shop. You are, sir, paying some amount. You are not getting the goods. You are getting the voucher. And that voucher you are gifting to your friend for birthday or, sir, X or Y or Z occasion. Then that friend is taking that voucher and giving that in that particular shop. That shop is giving the goods. This is called as vouchers exchangeable for goods. Vouchers. So in case of supply of vouchers by a supplier, look at here the wordings. This is not supply of goods by a supplier. That goods will be supplied later only. Now it is supply of vouchers by a supplier. Time of supply shall be. So vouchers exchangeable for what? Goods. You have to check whether the supply is identifiable or supply is not identified. That means you went to Pothys and you got the voucher. In Pothys, sir, is Cornetto ice cream available? No. Gelato ice cream available? No. Only, sir, cloth will be applicable. That means when you are getting a voucher from Pothys, the supply is identifiable because I can purchase only dress. I can purchase only. So, when they sell the vouchers itself, Pothys will know that later someone will come and give this voucher. At that time, they have to give the dress. For dress, 12% is the GST. Then, what government is saying that why are you waiting till the friend or X or Y person is coming and redeeming the voucher? No need to wait it. Our revenue will get delayed. Now itself you pay. When? At the time of issue of voucher. At the time of? That guy came, sir, gave money, and my dear lovable students, you have issued what? Voucher. Hello, sir. At the time of issue of voucher itself, sir, you have to treat it as time of supply. Whereas you are going to shopper's stop. From the shopper's shop, you are giving some 2,000 rupees. And you are getting a voucher and you are giving to your friend. What can be purchased from that shop? Anything can be purchased. Anything can be purchased. So many options are there in that particular shop. If that is the case, sir, the shop owner don't know what that guy will buy with this voucher. Because based on the things, the tax rate will change. When I know the tax rate only, I can pay the what? GST. That's why if the supply is not identifiable, date of redemption of voucher should be the time of supply and date of not the issue. Are you all really with me? So what 12 subsection 4 is saying that first you are supplying voucher and that voucher is redeeming in future. So whether I have to pay GST at the time of issue of voucher or at the time of redemption of voucher is a question. It's based upon whether the supply is identifiable or not. If the supply is identifiable, then time of supply is the date of issue of voucher. If the supply is not identifiable, then time of supply is the date of redemption of voucher. Comfortable? So first you answer me whether are you a supplier of goods or supplier of services. Supplier of goods. Whether your case is covered under forward charge mechanism or reverse charge mechanism or, my dear lovable students, voucher charge mechanism. You have to check it. If it is forward charge mechanism, 12.2 will be applicable. If it is reverse charge mechanism, 12.3 will be applicable. If it is voucher charge mechanism, it is 12.4 will be applicable. Right, sir? If you take forward charge, it is date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is. Some people, what they will do, you know, they will really supply goods or services or both. And once it is shown in the books of accounts, for that they are liable to collect GST and the collected GST has to be paid to the government. For that reason, my dear lovable students, they will hide that. They will not show in the books of accounts. Really they supplied. Really they collected what? GST. In the books of accounts, they will not show at all. And in GST department, there is a wing called as investigation wing. What wing? They will go and walk here and there and what is going on here? Why this many people are here? What is a new shop? This, like that and all, they will search. Hello, sir. And if they are feeling that this organization is not properly collecting GST or paying GST, they will do a inspection search and seizure. Inspection search and you would have heard about, sir, raid came in one particular, sir, business and all. Right, sir? At that time, they will come to know that there are so many supply which has been supplied by this guy during a particular period. They would have sometimes written in the personal diary to Mr. X, I supplied 1 crore for this 1 to 2 months. 50 lakhs to Y, Z. But this is not there in the what of account, books of accounts. And they won't receive the money by through bank account. They will get the money through cash. This is called as number 2 transaction. This is called as. So if you are not able to find out the time of supply by FCM, RCM or VCM, apply 12 subsection 5. That is time of supply in case of residual cases. Residual cases. That means, my dear lovable students, if a particular situation has not fall under 12.2 or 12.3 or 12.4, such a circumstance will fall under 12 subsection 5. 12 subsection 5. We are having 5 heads of income. One is income from salary, income from house property, PGBP, capital gain and IF. If a particular income is not taxed under the first 4 heads of income, such income will be taxable under IFOS. Right? That's why IFOS is otherwise called as residual head of income. The remaining head of income. Micha midi. Residual head of income. IFOS is the head of income. So 12 subsection 5 is residual cases, my dear lovable students. Sir, where it is not possible to determine the time of supply as per the above provision. Above provision in the sense means 12.2, 12.3 and 12.4. The time of supply shall be. You have to check who done this mistake. Whether that guy is a registered person or unregistered person. If that guy is a registered person and cheating the government, surely that registered person is supposed to file periodical return, right, sir? So if periodical return has to be filed, then time of supply is the due date for filing the what of return. Periodical return. Are you all really with me? Sir, that guy is doing fraud and that guy have not taken registration also. Actually, his aggregate turnover exceeded 10 lakh, 20 lakh, 40 lakh many years back. But He's saying that I don't like taking registration. I won't take registration. And he's supplying goods or services or both and collecting GST and he's using that 18% for his personal purpose. Then, sir, no periodical return means there is no due date for filing the return. Then the time of supply is the date of payment of tax. Now the department will say, till now you have not paid the tax to the government. Don't worry, now you pay. He is saying that, sir, time of supply is date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is. He is saying that I don't know what is the date of invoice because I have not raised the invoice and I don't know what is the date of payment. They gave so much months back. I don't know, sir. Since these two things are not determinable, in my case, time of supply is not determinable. Hence, I am not liable to pay the tax. Department is saying that you don't worry. You pay today. That today we will consider as your water supply. Are you all really with me? That's it, man. What is 12.1? Applicability. What is 12.2? Forward charge. What is 12.3? Reverse charge. What is 12.4? Vouchers exchangeable for goods. What is 12.5? Residual cases. And 12.6 is time of supply for additional amount. Time of supply for? There are two people are there. One is supplier and the recipient, my dear lovable students. Supplier will supply goods or services or both. Particularly in this case, we are talking about goods to the recipient. And supplier will say that you are supposed to make the payment to me within 30 days. Bhaiya, are you all really with me? And if you don't make the payment within how many days? You are supposed to pay 2% interest or 5% interest or 10% interest. Are you all really with me? So when the supplier supplies goods to the recipient, the supplier don't know whether the recipient is a good boy or bad boy. Whether the recipient is a good boy or bad boy. He may pay the cash within how many days? 30 days. Or he may not pay. If he pays, then he is a good boy. Then no problem. If he don't pay, we are supposed to collect, sir, interest, penalty and late fees. Interest, penalty and... For this interest, penalty and late fee will come only in future. Because for example, 1 lakh rupees is the value of supply. In future, 1000 rupees, what will come? Interest will come. For this 1 lakh, my dear lovable students, 12.2 or 12.3 or 12.4 will be applicable. Because forward charge, reverse charge or vouchers exchangeable for goods. This 1000 listly, it is coming only in what? Future. So, for that 1000, I have not paid the GST. When I have to pay GST for that 1000 is what the question. For interest, for penalty and for late fee. That is IPL. Our thala is coming back, don't worry. To hit a 6 in IPL. Because IPL is a game for hitting sixes. Are you all really with me? So, for IPL, interest, penalty and late fee for what? Delayed payment. The time of supply is the time of receipt of the money. When are you getting that money? Okay, you realize the consideration? No. Inside that our money is also there. Government is saying, pay our share. Pay. That's it. So, time of supply is the date of receipt of the what amount? Additional amount. The time of supply to the extent it relates to addition in the value of supply by way of interest, penalty or late fee shall be the date on which supplier receives such addition in what? In other words, one line, receipt of the payment of this amount are essential to attract levy of tax. If you don't receive this additional consideration, don't pay GST. Don't take loan and don't pay GST to the government. If you get the IPL, inside that IPL, our money is also there. That date, you pay to the government of India. You know one thing, that's it. With regard to section 12, sir, time of supply of goods, very comfortable, sir. I'm switching to the time of supply of services. Now onwards, you have to think it as I am a supplier of what? Services. I'm a chartered accountant. For that only I'm studying. Sir, that too in the Janda. Are you all really with me? After you become a chartered accountant, you will raise the invoice. You will provide the services. Right, sir? That's what the same structure will be followed. Instead of 12, replace with 13. 13, liability for payment of tax. Arises at 13 to what charge? Forward charge. 13.3, reverse charge. 13.4, vouchers exchangeable for services. And 13.5, residual cases. And 13.6, special charges. Comfortable? Sir, what are the circumstances, sir? Sir, there we have talked about forward charge. What charge? There forward charge classified into 4 categories. Supply involves movement of goods. Supply does not involve movement of goods. Continuous supply of goods, sale or return basis. Here we can't say service involves movement of services. Service does not involve movement of services. Continuous supply of services may come. And sale or return basis, I will provide the service to you. If you like, you accept. Otherwise, you return. Like that and all not there in what? Services. Service only two category are there. Normal supply of services. General, normal. And continuous supply of services. What? Continuous supply of services. And again, you are having reverse charge, vouchers exchangeable for services, residual cases and special charges. Exactly the same. Sir, how we have discussed 147 for goods, sir, 256 for services. Right, sir. These are the time limit for raising what? Invoices. Section 31, read with rule number 47. 31 subsection 5 and 31 subsection 6. 31, time limit for issue of invoices for what? Services. 31 subsection 5, continuous supply of services. 31 subsection 6, cessation of supply of services. Comfortable? What 13 subsection 1 is saying? Same language of 12.1. That is, the liability to pay tax on services shall arise at the time of supply as determined in accordance with the provisions of this section. That is, if it is 12.1, you have to read it as goods. If it is 13.1, you have to read it as services. Are you a supplier of services? You want to know when you are liable to pay GST to department? Come and see 13 subsection. That's it. 13.2 is what charge? Forward charge. Forward charge. You have to just check that, my dear lovable students, whether you have issued valid invoice or invalid invoice. For that, you should know if the invoice has been issued within the due date specified under 31. Such an invoice is a valid invoice. If you have not raised the invoice within the time limit stipulated under section 31, such an invoice is an invalid invoice. If invoice is a valid invoice, my dear lovable students, then date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is comfortable. Sir, if the invoice is a what invoice? Invalid invoice. It is not the due date for raising the invoice. If it is goods, due date for raising the invoice. But here it is not the due date for raising the invoice. It is a date of provision of services or date of payment, whichever is. Why, sir? Why government is this much strict? Question arises. Hello, sir. Because if you are a supplier of services, my dear lovable students, once you provide the services, sir, from there, they gave 30 days or 45 days in case of NBFI. That is after you complete the services, my dear lovable students, within how many days? Only you are supposed to raise the invoice. Right? If the invoice is an invalid invoice, means you have not even raised the invoice within 30 days or 45 days. What are you doing? What are you doing? Hello, sir. If I take due date for raise the invoice, then time of supply will be here or time of supply will be here. Government is asking that for your inefficiency, why I have to wait? I won't. I can't. That means, my dear lovable students, I will not take the due date for raising the invoice. I will take date of provision of service. This day you completed the service. No. That day is the due date for payment of tax to the government. Comfortable? Are you all really with me? So invoice may be a valid invoice or invalid. If it is valid invoice, then date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is. Invalid invoice, then date of provision of services or date of payment, whichever is earlier. Sir, what is date of payment? Same. Is this forward charge? If this is forward charge, the language are the date on which amount is recorded in the books of accounts of the supplier, or date on which amount is credited in the bank account of the supplier, whichever is earlier. Are you really with me? That's it. That's it with regard to 13.2. So 13.2 is what? Forward charge. You have to just check whether the invoice is a valid invoice or invalid invoice. Valid invoice means date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier. Invalid invoice means date of provision of service or date of payment, whichever is earlier. Comfortable? My dear lovable students, since this is services, notification number 66/2017 will not be applicable. Why? Because for services, working capital will not be affected. Because services are not given by the material. Services are given by the human beings. So if you are giving me 5 lakh rupees advance, with that advance, I can pay to the government the tax component. And with the balance amount what is available with me, I can provide the services. But goods is not like that. If I am a supplier of goods, with the advance, I have to purchase the raw material. For that, I need money. If I pay 28% or 12% or sir 18%, what I will do? Are you all really with me? That is why the notification number 66 bar 2017 is only applicable to, not applicable to. Whereas 1000 rupees act will be applicable both for goods as well as services. Goods as well as. Okay man, I'm coming to the reverse charge mechanism. That is 13.3. Which is nothing but your case is covered under goods transport agent, insurance agent, recovery agent, legal services, sir, security services and sponsorship services. Right, sir? If that is the case, my dear lovable students, the recipient is the person liable to pay tax. When they have to pay tax, that's what explained in 13.3. What 3? What 13.3 is saying that, are you remembering 12.3? 3 actions, date of receipt of goods or date of payment or 31st day from the supplier's invoice, whichever is. In this case, date of receipt of services varadu. Tell me, date of receipt of services varadu. Then date of payment or 61st day from the supplier's invoice, whichever is early. Sir, why sir date of receipt of services varadu? Because it is intangible. For date of receipt of goods, we are having e-way bill. For date of receipt of goods, you are having, sir, goods received note. But date of receipt of services, if the government keep, it will never received by the recipient at all. He will say that, it is on the way, sir. Next week, sir. Because government can't prove it that you have received the what? Services. That's why date of receipt of services, varadu. Date of payment or 61st day from the supplier's invoice, whichever is. Sir, is this FCM or RCM? So the date of payment will be from the angle of the. So date of payment means the date on which the amount is recorded in the books of accounts of the recipient. Or date on which the amount is debited in the bank account of the recipient. Whichever is earlier. Comfortable, sir? Yes, sir. Sir, I'm coming to vouchers exchangeable for what? Services. The same. You have to check whether the supply is identifiable and supply is not identifiable. If the supply is identifiable, date of issue of voucher. Supply is not identifiable, date of redemption of voucher. That's it. The same rules will be applicable. Comfortable? Time of supply in case of residual cases. Residual cases means if you are not able to find out the time of supply by applying 13 subsection 2 or 13 subsection 3 or 13 subsection 4, you have to apply 13 subsection 5. You have to check whether that person where a periodical return is to be filed or no periodical return has to be filed. If periodical return has to be filed means due date for filing. No periodical return has to be filed means date on which GST is paid. Comfortable? And with regard to special charges, which is nothing but IPL. I stands for interest, P stands for penalty, and L stands for late fee. Sir, the time of supply is the supplier receives such addition in value. When he received, that date is the time of supply. That means, my dear lovable students, 12.4 is equal to 13.4. Exactly the same. And 12.5 is equal to 13.5. Exactly the same. And 12.6 is equal to 13.6. Exactly the same. Comfortable? Even the provisions are same. The only difference is 12 is applicable to goods and 13 is applicable to services. I am coming to the last section of this slot. Time of supply in case of change in rate of tax. What is section 12? Time of supply of goods. What is section 13? Time of supply of services. And what is section 14? Time of supply in case of change in rate of. Sir, there are 3 characters are there in GST. Are you all really with me? The characters are, my dear lovable students. Number 1 is the, sir, supply. Number 1 is what? Supply. Number 2 is what? Invoice. Number 2 is what? And number 3 is payment. Number 3 is what? Generally, this is the flow of transaction. First, you have to make the supply of either goods or services or both. Then you have to raise the invoice. and the recipient have to give you the payment. Right, sir? But all this generally won't happen in one single day. It will take time. For example, if you are supplying, my dear lovable students, today you are having breathing space to raise the invoice. If it is services, you are having, sir, you have to raise the invoice within 30 days or 45 days as the case may be. Comfortable. And that recipient will take another, sir, 20 days or 30 days. For example, within next 45 days only he is what will make the payment. This is what the business is all about. Comfortable. But, sir, I will give you, sometimes today is 29th of December. You have what man made the supply? Either supply of goods or services or both. This section is applicable to both. Section 14. Comfortable? My dear lovable students, within 30 days you have to raise the invoice. Assume that 15th of January 2025 you have raised the what? Invoice. Fine. And the recipient, you said that whenever you can make the payment, you make the payment. He said that, okay, fine, I will make the payment on 14th of February 2025. He said that, I love you, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Fantastic to the core. You look at here, sir, the rates are changing like anything. Dates are changing like anything. It is 29/12, 15/1, 14/2. Till that time, whatever the goods or services or both what you have dealt, when you are providing the supply, it was 5%. Right, sir? When you raise the invoice, it was 12%. When you get the payment, it is 18%. Are you all really with me? That is a rate of the goods are changing. Daily they are changing. Yes, sir? Now, the taxpayer is confused. On what rate I have to pay the tax to the government, whether at 5% or 12% or 18%. That's what section 14 is answering that. Don't worry. Don't get confused. I am here. I will clarify to you, sir, notwithstanding anything contained in section 12 or 13. Section 12, put it on dustbin. Section 13, put it on dustbin. The time of supply, when there is a change in rate of tax, is there any change? Yes. 5 has become 12, 12 has become 18. In respect of goods or services or both. That's the key. 12 is applicable only to goods. 13 is applicable only to services. 14 is applicable to both what. Shall be determined in the following manner, namely, number 1, date of supply. This is called as the hero. This is called as the hero. Date of supply. Hello, sir? Before. For example, there is one rate change instead of this 3. Sir, I will say this on this particular date. For example, on 14/1/2025, government changed from 5% to 12%. One particular date. Hello? You tell me when you made the supply? 29/12. Is this before 14/1 or after 14/1? Before 14/1. That's what they are saying. This is before. What is before? Supply is before. So you made the supply of goods or services or both before the date in change. Then 2 more characters are there. Right, sir? Date of invoice is there and date of. Assume a scenario where date of invoice is also before. So you done the job before. You raised the invoice also before. But the customer made the payment only what? After. So this is after. Are you all really with me? So you tell me job is supply is before. Sir, invoice is before. Whereas the payment is after. Where majority is there? Before. Because out of 3 things, you done 2 things in before. Anyway, hero cannot be the time of supply. Anyway, hero cannot be the comfortable. So my dear lovable students, sir, what is the majority? Before. Then date of invoice will be the time of. On the date of invoice, when you are raising the invoice, whether it was 5% or 12%. When the rate was, when you are raising the invoice, you have raised the invoice before. At that time, whether it is 5% or 12%. So you have to pay the tax at 5%, not 12%. Situation number 2. Sir, have you, sir, provide the supply before the change in rate or after the change in rate? So this is before. Supply is before. Date of invoice is what? After. So you done the job before, raise the invoice after. So when you provide the service, it was 5%. And when you raise the invoice, it is 12%. Now the deciding factor is the date of payment. When you got the payment, that means out of 3 things, 2 things happened before. So majority falls before. Easy. So who will be the time of supply? Date of payment. Because this can't be the time of supply. Comfortable, sir? Next one, sir. Look at the third scenario, sir. Sir, date of supply is what? Before. That means I done the job before. And date of invoice is what? After. That means when I do the job, 5%. When I raise the invoice, 12%. Now date of payment is also what? After. When I get the payment is also after. So the majority fall. So 2 things are after. And I know that this can't be the time of supply. Sir, either of this can be the, hence date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier. Comfortable? The same ulta scenario, man. The hero date of supply you are providing after. That means when it is 12%, you have provided the date of supply. Right? Date of invoice is also what? After. That means job after, invoice also after. Where majority? After. And payment is what? Before. Since the majority is after and date of supply can't be the time of supply, date of invoice is the time of supply. On the date of invoice, what is the rate? So you have to pay GST at 12%. Comfortable? Fantastic to the core. Sir, next one, sir. Sir, date of supply is what? After. Date of supply is after. You done the job after. Date of invoice is what? Before. So nowhere majority. Sir, date of payment is what? After. So where majority? Date of payment, you are supposed to pay tax at 12%. Comfortable? Sir, date of supply is after. Date of invoice is before. Date of payment is before. The majority falls in before. Either of these two should be the time of supply. So date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is comfortable. The last scenario, man. Date of supply is after. Date of invoice and date of payment is there. All are after. This section will not be, because everything you performed at 12%. What is the confusion you are having? Pay tax at. Apply section 12 or 13 as the case may be. Don't apply section what? 14. So time of supply in case of change in rate of tax. Change in rate of tax. So out of the 3 things, if something has fall here and there, my dear lovable students, then section 14 will take charge. That's it with regard to the discussion of the revision of the time of supply. Section 12, section 13 and section 14 read with the tax invoice, debit note and credit note comes to an end. Yes, sir. Sir, very, very, very happy morning to all. So we are going to very quickly revise section 15, value of supply. Sir, when I have to pay the tax is answered by time of supply. On what value I have to pay tax is answered by value of supply. What tax I should pay is answered by place of supply. These are the 3 types of supply. One is time of supply, value of supply and place of supply. Section 15 is explaining the value of supply. Provisions relating to the value of supply are as follows. Section 15 classified into 5 categories. 15 subsection 1, 15 subsection 2, 15 subsection 3, 15 subsection 4, 15 subsection 5. 15 subsection 1. Value of taxable supply to be the transaction value. That means, for example, if I am a supplier of goods or services or both, you are the recipient. Sir, if I am the supplier, you are the recipient, we will transact at a value. That value is called as transaction value. That value is called as. So value of the taxable supply should be the transaction value. At what value you are transacting, that value should be the taxable value. That's it, man. Even though that transaction value is the taxable value, you have to include certain item to that value. That is what 15 subsection 2 inclusion. And 15 subsection 3 is exclusion. You have to exclude certain item, my dear lovable students. So one line summary of the entire discussion is 15 subsection 1 plus 15 subsection 2 minus 15 subsection 3 is equal to value of. What is the mathematical formula? 15 subsection 1 plus 15 subsection 2 minus 15 subsection 3 is equal to, and at interlevel we don't have 15.4 and 15.5. 15.4 is valuation rules that we will be discussed in the final level, and 15.5 value of notified supply. I am moving into in detail quick revision of 15 subsection 1. Value of taxable supply to be the transaction value. That is, sir, there will be one supplier and there will be one recipient. Sir, both will be transacting each other. At what price they are transacting, that should be the value of supply. So, value of supply is the price actually paid or payable. Price actually paid or payable for the set supply of goods or services or both, where the supplier and the recipient are not related, and price should be the sole consideration for the supply. So, in order to be, transaction value should be the assessable value. Assessable value in the sense means the value on which you are going to pay the GST. Sir, 3 conditions should be satisfied. 3 conditions should be, the conditions are yes or yes. Conditions are yes or yes. Yes stands for there should be supply of goods or services or both. First of all, the activity or transaction should be a supply. For that, price actually paid or payable for the set supply. So there should be supply of goods or services or both. For that supply, some price actually paid or payable. And the supplier and the recipient of supply are not related. And these two people should not be a related person. And price should be the sole consideration. You should pay the price and the price should be the sole consideration. So if yes or yes condition satisfied. What is yes? There should be, sir, supply of goods or services or both, for which the price actually paid or payable. And are related person. Supplier and the recipient should not be related person. And the yes man, price should be the sole consideration. If SRS condition satisfied, then transaction value is equal to assessable value. What 15 subsection 2 is saying that even though SRS condition satisfied, my dear lovable students, but still you have to include these 5 items in the value of supply. Number 1, all taxes other than GST. Number 1 is what? All taxes other than. So other than GST, because for GST you can, sir, you are entitled to take ITC. So if you include the GST in the value of supply increases. And sir, you have to charge GST on GST. Sir, it will be double taxation, cascading effect will come. In order to remove that only, we introduce the act called as what? GST. So my dear lovable students, all other taxes should be included in the value of supply other than what? GST. And incidental expenses. Next one is what? Incidental expenses, the related expenses for the supply. For example, when I am supplying as a supplier, I may, sir, incur transportation charges. I may incur packing charges. I may incur insurance expenses. I may incur, sir, the related expenses for the supply. These are called as incidental expenses. So, I am not only incur expenses for the supply of goods or services or both. I am incurring some extra expenses also when I am supplying goods or services or both. Yes, sir. So, my dear lovable students, sir, indirectly I am providing a composite supply. I am providing a composite supply. So, what 15 subsection 2 is saying that any incidental expenses you have incurred should be included in the value of supply. And subsidy other than government subsidy. Sir, if government is giving you subsidy, if you include that inside the value of supply, my dear lovable students, sir, value of supply increases. On that you will calculate the GST, and again you have to pay back to the whom itself, government itself. So there is no logic in including the government subsidy inside the value of supply, right, sir? So you have to include all the subsidy other than government subsidy, and charges for collected for delayed payment of consideration, which is nothing but IPL. I stands for interest, P stands for penalty, and L stands for late fee. These 3 things should be included in the value of supply. And the last one, amount incurred by the recipient on behalf of the supplier. Sir, I am the supplier, you are the recipient. You are incurring certain expenses on behalf of me. and whatever price actually paid or payable you are reducing. For example, if I am supplying mobile phone to you, my dear lovable students, sir, I am supplying one mobile phone worth rupees 1,50,000. You have to pay me 1,50,000, right, sir? So, my dear lovable students, actually, I would have purchased this mobile phone from my creditor. You are paying me 20,000 to me, and the remaining 1,30,000 you are directly paying to my creditor. And you are saying that you paid, sir, price of only 20,000. I am supposed to collect only GST on 20,000. That is not possible, because any amount incurred by the whom? Recipient on behalf of the supplier should be included in the value of supply. If you have not paid that amount to my creditor, I should have paid that amount to my creditor. It is my obligation. So any amount incurred by the recipient on behalf of the supplier should be included in the value of supply. So basically, all taxes other than GST should be included, and ISCA. And what? I stands for incidental expenses. S stands for subsidy other than government subsidy. C stands for charges collected for delayed payment of consideration, and amount incurred by the recipient on behalf of the supplier. Comfortable? Sir, if we give a deep dive into the 15 subsection 2 clause A, that is what our inclusion number 1. Taxes, duty, cess, fees and charges except what? CGST, SGST, UTGST and GST compensation cess. This is what in one line. All taxes other than GST should be included in the, sir, any taxes, duty, cesses, fees and charges levied under any law for the time being in force other than, sir, this act, that is which act? CGST Act or SGST Act or UTGST Act or GST Compensation Act, if charged separately by the supplier, should be included in the value of supply. What is a one-line summary of the entire discussion? All taxes other than GST should be included in the value of. Thus, GST and GST cess are not formed part of what value? But the other taxes, cess, fees, etc. will form part of the value of taxable supply if separately billed. Comfortable, sir? Sir, the same provisions are even applicable to IGST Act also. If you are calculating the value of supply as per IGST Act, you have to, sir, include all taxes other than. So, one line summary of the entire discussion is, sir, the taxes can be classified into how many categories? One is GST and other than GST. Are you all really with me? GST will not be included in the value of supply. Other than GST should be included in the. For that, sir, CBIC has put a circular saying that we would have heard about TCS in the Income Tax Act, right, sir? 206C subsection 1, 206C subsection 1, like NSR 1F, sir, 1C, 1G, all those things. Hello, sir. Actually, if you are a supplier of 6 specified goods or motor vehicle value more than 10 lakh and all, you will be collecting TCS. Am I right, sir? So that TCS should not be included in the value of supply. Sir, they have given a clarification because everyone started interpreting that all taxes other than what? GST. All taxes other than GST. That means TCS should be included in the what of supply, value of supply, because that is not GST. No, sir. Sir, they put a circular and clarification saying that not included as per the circular. Whereas other than TCS, tax collected at source, I am not talking about the TCS which is there in the IDT. I am talking about the TCS which is there in the DT. Are you all really with me? Sir, other than TCS should be included in the what of supply, value of supply. So, one line summary of the entire discussion is, sir, all taxes other than GST should be included in the value of supply. Shall I proceed? This is my inclusion number 2, incidental expenses. Incidental means related. And amount charged for activity done before delivery. So, if I am a supplier, before delivering any goods to you, whatever things I have done, my dear lovable students, for that any expenses incurred should be included in the what of supply. Incidental expenses including commission, packing, charged by the supplier to the recipient of supply. So, two parties will be there. One is supplier will be there, recipient will be there. Before supply of goods or services or both, supplier is incurring any expenses which are related to the supply, like packing of the goods or sir, commission, etc. etc. Any amount charged for anything done by the supplier. Look at the word. It is not this, that, and all. Anything done by the supplier in respect of the supply of what or what or what. Goods or services or both will form part of the taxable value. I have given example, man. Number one, commission. Sir, sometimes for the supply of goods or services or both, the supplier will be incurring commission and that commission will be charged from the recipient. Right, sir? That has to be, my dear lovable students, included in the. So this may be paid to an agent and recovered from the buyer of what or what, goods or services. This is part of the value of supply. Sir, packing expenses. Supplier may incur packing expenses. For that packing, for example, sir, if the value of this phone is 1,50,000 rupees, right, sir? Sir, you are asking that, sir, please pack because this is for my friend's birthday. So, sir, the supplier has asked that, can I pack it Brahmandama? You said that, yes, sir, please pack it Brahmandama. Hello, sir. For that, he's charging extra 5,000 rupees. That means 1,50,000 rupees for the phone and 5,000 rupees for the packing. This is an incidental expenses. Then the value of supply will be 1,50,000 rupees. That's what they are charging. If charged by the supplier to the recipient is similarly part of the value of the. Sir, big machineries and all. The supplier will be incurring inspection charges about the quality of the machine. So another element that will be added to the value incurred before or at the time of supply and billed to the recipient of supply. Any inspection charges incurred by the supplier, and if it has been charged to the recipient, that inspection charges should included in the. Next one, installation and what charges? Testing charges. For example, a big plant and machinery has to be assembled or installed at a particular place. To install that, my dear lovable students, they will be incurring some extra expenses. For example, if you purchase an AC, they will be collecting 1,500 rupees or 2,000 rupees for installation charges. Hello, sir. That is an incidental expenses that has to be included in the. So, installation and testing charges at whose site? Recipient site will also be added, being an amount charged for something done by the supplier. Sir, in respect of supply at the time of making the supply. Sir, if the supplier has done anything before supply of goods or services or both, then that should be included in the value of supply. Weighment, loading, designing charges, etc. Before supply, sometimes you will ask that you want to reconfirm the weight. So, weighment charges will be levied, or loading charges will be levied, or designing charges to design the product will be levied. Weighment charges, loading charges, designing charges, etc. incurred either before or at the time of supply will also be included to the value if billed to the recipient of supply. Comfortable, sir? Outward freight and transit insurance. Okay, fine. My goods are ready. Now the goods are in my factory gate. That is supplier's factory gate. It has to reach to the buyer's factory gate or buyer's premises. Right, sir? In order to transport from here to here, I have to incur certain expenses. And during this transport, sometimes the goods may become double. Are you all really with me? So I may incur what also? Insurance also. So any outward freight, which is transportation cost, plus the transit insurance, anything incurred by the supplier, and if that has been charged from the recipient, should be included in the. So where the supplier agreed to deliver the goods at the whose premises? Buyer's premise, and arrange for transport. And arrange for what? Transport. The contract of supply become a what supply? The principal supply being the supply of goods. Are you all really with me? So as a supplier, my dear lovable students, I should collect both the value for the goods and also for the outward freight and the transit insurance what I have incurred. This is what my inclusion number 2. So what is my inclusion number 1? All taxes other than GST. What is inclusion number 2? Incidental expenses. Incidental. Coming to the next one, man, subsidy other than government subsidy. That means, for example, I will tell you how the recipient will cheat the supplier and also the government. Sir, I am supplying this phone and the cost of this phone is 1,50,000 rupees. Right, sir? The recipient will pay me 1 lakh. The recipient will pay me 1 lakh. So what is the value of supply? 1 lakh, because that is a transaction value. Right, sir? And his friend will pay from his friend bank account. He will transfer 50,000 to the supplier and he will say that this is a subsidy to the supplier, saying that you have supplied a very good phone to my friend. Are you all really with me? So in order to split the transaction value, in order to split the value of supply into two, they will bifurcate the consideration into two parts by way of subsidy. So government want to not to promote this activity. So what they have done, any subsidy received from any person should be included in the value of supply. Other than what subsidy? Government subsidy. That means if government is giving subsidy, that is genuine subsidy. If you include that in the what of supply, value of supply, my dear lovable students, the value of supply increases and unnecessary you have to pay back the tax on government. That will be a loss to the supplier, right sir? So subsidy directly linked to the price, excluding subsidy provided by the central government and what? State government. The amount of subsidy shall be included in the value of supply of supplier who receives the what? Subsidy. So subsidy can be classified into how many categories? Subsidy can be received from government or received from other than government. If the subsidy received from government, it will not be included in the. If subsidy received from other than government, you have to specifically check in the question, is it directly linked to the price or not directly linked to the price? If it is directly linked to the price, then it should be included in the. If it is not directly linked to the price, then it will not be included in the value of supply. Comfortable? That means all taxes other than GST should be included. And ISCA, I stands for incidental expenses. S stands for subsidy other than government subsidy. C stands for charges collected for delayed payment of consideration. That's what inclusion number 4. Charges collected for delayed payment of consideration. That is, we know that IPL. I stands for interest, P stands for penalty, and L stands for late fee for delayed payment of any consideration. Right, sir? Should be included in the. Sir, this time of supply only we have discussed in 12.6 or 13.6 as the case may be. Are you able to recall? Coming to inclusion number 5, man. Any amount incurred by the recipient on behalf of the what? Supplier. I am the supplier. You are the recipient. Actually, one of the expense I am supposed to incur, but on behalf of me, you are incurring that. Because of that, what is happening? Transaction value will get affected. Transaction value will reduce. So what government is saying that, hello sir, if any expense has been incurred by the recipient on behalf of the supplier, then that amount should be included in the value of. That's what they are saying. Supplier's obligation met by the recipient to be included. Any amount that the supplier is liable to pay, I am liable to pay. For my creditor, I am liable to pay in relation to such supply, but which has been incurred by whom? Recipient of supply, and not included in the price actually paid or payable for the supply of goods or services or both. That means any expense has been incurred by the recipient. Sir, actually that expense has to be met by the whom? Supplier. And because of that, transaction value is getting reduced. Then that has to be added back to the transaction value to arrive the original value of supply. Comfortable? So a supplier may need to incur various expenses in order to make a particular supply of what or what. So in the normal course, he would pay all this amount and they would form part of the value that he charges from the what? Customer. Are you all really with me? However, even if the customer makes direct payment of some of such liability of the supplier to the third party and supplier does not include this amount in his bill, it would still form part of the value of taxable supply. So one line summary of the entire discussion is sometimes the recipient may incur the expenses, sir, on behalf of the supplier. Those expenses the supplier should have incurred. Because of that, transaction value will get reduced. That should be included in the value of supply. Comfortable? But we are having two exceptions, my dear lovable students. We are having exception 1 and exception 2. What this exception is saying that this, even though the recipient has paid something for the supplier, will not form part of what of supply values. Payment made on own account of recipient not to be included. Own account of recipient means your creditor you paid. Your expenses you paid, your liability you paid. For that, for what purpose you have to include in the value of supply? Sir, it is not at all the liability of the what? Supplier. Sir, it should be very clear in the inclusion. Any amount incurred by the recipient, don't stop there. On behalf of the supplier. If it is on behalf of the supplier, it should be included in the value of supply. On behalf of yourself, no need to include in the value of supply. And commission paid to what agent? Buying agent. Commission paid to. Sir, if the payment is what commission? Buying commission, which is paid by the recipient. It is your agent. It is not the selling agent. Selling agent is only supplier's agent. Buying agent is the recipient's agent. For your agent, you are paying commission. You pay. You don't pay. That is your headache because you only appointed the buying agent. Hello, sir. Then, my dear lovable students, it will not be included in the value of. That's it, man. Sir, you have to see the transaction value 15 subsection 1. If I say only transaction value, you will reduce this transaction value by cheating the government by various modes. Sir, you will not collect the price for this calculator. You will say that if the real price is 150 rupees, you will say that 100 rupees is the price for the calculator. 50 rupees you pay as municipal tax. 50 rupees you pay as X tax, Y tax, Z tax, road tax. Are you all really with me? Then, my dear lovable students, government is aggrieved. Government is saying that all taxes other than GST should be included in the. Then what happened? The price of the calculator will become 150. Now the people are scratching their head how to split the value of supply. Are you all really with me? Then they will say that the value of the calculator is 150 actually. From here onwards it is only 80. The balance 70 will be treated as the packing charges, sir, transportation charges, insurance charges. These are incidental expenses. Government said that all incidental expenses should be included in the value. People started selling at 150 itself. Then they came up with another idea. Sir, subsidy. Other than what subsidy? Government subsidy. People started selling this calculator by saying that the value of the calculator from here onwards it is not 150. Hello, sir. From here onwards it is only 50. The balance 100 you give it as subsidy. Government got agreed. Government said that all subsidy other than government subsidy should be included in the. People tirunditanga. They started selling at how much? 150 rupees. Then they came up with another idea. Sir, room போட்டு யோசிச்சிருக்காங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். Sir, they came up with an idea of, sir, charges for delayed payment of what? Consideration. You don't make the payment. I will bill you at, sir, 100. And you intentionally make the delay. And you pay 50 rupees as interest, penalty or late fee in a future date. Are you all really with me? By that way, we can bifurcate. Government said that IPL should be included in the value of supply. They started selling the calculator at what? 150 itself. Then they came up with an idea that, you do one thing, man. I will supply calculator to you. You just pay 50 rupees to me. The balance 100, you pay to my supplier, which I am supposed to be paid. Any amount incurred by the recipient on behalf of the supplier should be included in the. That's it, game over, man. Sir, 15 subsection 3, exclusion in the value of supply. Exclusion in the. So, okay, this much exclusions, this much inclusions are there. Sir, you may have a doubt that, sir, there is no even one exclusion. Yes, there is one exclusion is there. That one exclusion is discount. What is that, man? It is in the ordinary course of business. As a commerce students, we know that when you are selling or purchasing anything, surely you will ask discount. When you are going to a shop and purchasing something, surely you will ask, Anna, idam final price? Like that we will ask. So that guy may give you what? Discount. So discounts are given or before supply. Any discount which is either given or before or at the time of supply, if such discount has been duly recorded in what? Invoice issued in respect of such supply. What they are trying to say is, my dear lovable students, if you are raising a tax invoice under section 31, in that you are showing that value of supply as 1,50,000, less discount is 5,000, 1,45,000 is the value. Hello, sir. Sir, here discount has been provided and discount has been shown in the invoice. If that is the case, my dear lovable students, discount can be reduced. Only on this 1,45,000 you are liable to pay GST. So discount before or at the time of supply. Only condition to be checked is whether it is shown in invoice, not shown in invoice. If it is shown in invoice, can be reduced. Not shown in invoice, cannot be reduced. Sir, after you billed 1,50,000 rupees, you are saying to the government that, no, sir, I actually collected only 1,45,000 rupees only. The balance 5,000 I have provided as what? Discount. Government is saying that, have you shown in invoice? No. That means there is no proper records. That means that 5,000 we will never consider as what? Discount. Right, sir? Sir, with regard to exclusion number 2 is post-supply discount. Sometimes a supplier will do supply of goods or service or both initially. And he will say that achieve some target. Are you all really with me? Once you are achieving some target in future, we will provide you the what? Discount. That is called as what? Post supply discount. So if three conditions are satisfied, my dear lovable students, post supply discount can be adjusted. Any discount which is given after the supply has been what? Effected. That is called as what supply discount? One of the most important, sir, adjustment for examination. If such discount is established in terms of what? Agreement entered into before the time of supply. That means, sir, before I am making supply to you itself, sir, myself and yourself should have an agreement. In future, if you are selling 1,000 cooker, 1,000 washing machine, 1,000 TV, sir, you are entitled to get a discount. So there should be a agreement. There should be a agreement. And it is specifically linked to what invoices? Relevant invoices. That means for the full supply of whole year, you are entitled to get 1% discount. You are entitled to get cash discount. That and all is not post supply discount. Sir, it should be, sir, applicable to relevant invoices. That means if I am raising invoice, in that invoice, I should, sir, note that these invoices are subject to post supply discount. If this many goods has been sold in future, my dear lovable students, you are entitled to get the discount. Are you all really with me? And ITC as is attributable to the discount on the basis of document issued by the supplier has been reversed by recipient. These are very important point what they are trying to say. For example, I am the supplier and my dear lovable students, you are the recipient. Getting it? I supplied one goods or services or both. For example, the value of supply for that item is 1 lakh. That item is 1 lakh. On that, I would have collected what? GST. Assume that 12,000 rupees I have collected as GST. So 1,12,000 rupees I would have what totally collected. How much you will pay to me? 1,12,000. Out of this 1,12,000, 1 lakh rupees is for the water supply, value of supply, and 12,000 is for the GST component, tax component. And this amount you would have taken what? ITC. Are you all really with me? If you are satisfying all the section 16 condition, sir, you will take this amount as ITC. Comfortable? After you take an ITC, in future I am coming and saying that since there is an agreement between us, since you have satisfied the condition what you are supposed to be satisfied, you are entitled to post supply discount. Getting it? I am going to reduce this, sir, 1 lakh to how much rupees, man? 95,000 rupees. Comfortable? Sir, once I reduce to 95,000, I should not have charged tax on 1 lakh. Right, sir? So 95,000 into 12%, I should collect only 11,400. So 95,000 plus 11,400 comes to 1,06,400. Getting it? That means I am going to reduce value of supply by how much? 5,000. And I am going to reduce GST 5,000 into 12% come to 600. So totally 5,000. So I will pass a credit note. What note, man? Under section 34 to you. Right, sir? If I pass a credit note, value of supply decreases. If I pass the credit note, tax component decreases. Right, sir? But you have already claimed the, sir, the ITC of how much, man? 12,000. Right, sir? But you are not supposed to take that much ITC. You are supposed to take only 11,400. Then this amount of what? 600 should be reversed by the recipient. Are you all really with me? That's the last point. ITC as is attributable to the discount. What is the amount of discount? 5,000. What is the ITC attributable to that? 600. Are you all really with me? On the basis of document issued by the supplier, that document is only credit note. Are you all really with me? Has been reversed by the recipient of supply. So if three conditions satisfied, that is, sir, there should be an agreement and there should be discount should be specifically linked to the relevant invoices and proportionate ITC has been reversed by the recipient, then post supply discount can be reduced. Otherwise, post supply discount cannot be reduced. Are you all really with me? And these are non-deductible discount. This discount cannot be reduced. Even though it is a post supply discount, company announces year-end discount after reviewing dealer performance during the year. Company is saying that your performance is wow, take it 5% discount. This is an immediate discount the company is giving, not as per agreement. It is not linked to specific invoices. Then this discount cannot be reduced. In the sense means whatever GST you have originally paid is paid. You should not reverse that GST component. Comfortable? The year-end discount are based on performance slab and are given as what back? Cashback. Sometimes This year you have performed extraordinary well. Hello, sir. And my dear lovable students, sir, that amount of discount they are giving as cashback, that is not the post-supply discount, or that is not the discount what we meant under the GST Act. As these discounts are not known at the time of supply of goods, they will not be deducted from the taxable value of those goods. So one line summary of the entire discussion is, sir, only one thing has to be excluded. If it is before or at the time of supply, you have to check only one item, whether shown in invoice and not shown in invoice. If it is shown in invoice, can be reduced. Not shown in invoice, cannot be reduced. Comfortable? With regard to what supply discount, post supply discount, you have to check whether it is as per agreement and it is linked to invoice, then rollback provision will be applicable. Rollback provision in the sense means you can, sir, come back and reverse the ITC component. How we have reversed the ITC for that 5,000 rupees. Comfortable? And other cases, that means 3 condition has not been satisfied, cannot be reversed, man. Once GST paid is paid. Are you all really with me? So one line summary of the entire discussion till now is, sir, if SRS condition satisfied, then transaction value is equal to assessment. If SRS condition not satisfied, transaction value is not equal to, then we have to follow the what rules? Valuation rules. That valuation rules are not there in our inter-syllabus. That is formed part of the final syllabus. That's what they are saying. If the value cannot be determined as per the what provision, which is 15.1 plus 15.2 minus 15.3, then it has to be decided as per the rules. You have to move to the valuation rules. That's it, game over. Then with regard to 15.5, value of what supplies. We will supply certain supply to be determined in the what manner? Prescribed manner. For example, if you are a supplier of, oh my God, online money gaming, or online gaming other than online money gaming, and supply of actionable claims in what? Casinos. If you are supplier of these specified item, for that and all, transaction value is not equal to assessable value. We will tell you what is the assessable value. On that you are supposed to pay the GST. That's what they are saying, these 15.5 notified services. Oh my God, online money gaming. Online money gaming other than, online gaming other than online money gaming. And what? For this and all, my dear lovable students, we put separate valuation rules. That is notified by the government. You have to follow that. So one line summary of the entire discussion of this chapter, value of supply. If supply has been made to an unrelated person, where price is the sole consideration, then assessable value is equal to transaction value under section 50. But if you made supply to a related person, sir, R condition got disturbed. Where supply, where price is not the sole consideration, S condition got disturbed. And if the supply is a notified supply, like, oh my God, then value to be determined as per the what rules, man? Valuation rules. Are you all really with me? That's it with regard to the quick revision of section 15, which is talking about the what of supply, value of supply. Are you all really with me? I am with you, sir, from your heart. Anybody is there? Where is a grand clap? Sir, very happy morning to all. Sir, in this morning, we are going to quickly revise a very important topic for our JAN examination, which is place of supply. You know, place of supply, time of supply, and value of supply. 3 forms of supply are there. Place of supply will determine what type of tax you should pay to the government. Whether you are supposed to pay CGST and SGST, illa IGST. You know, place of supply can be classified into 2 categories. One is place of supply of goods and place of supply of services. Place of supply of goods is discussed in 2 sections, section 10 and section 11. Section 10 is talking about domestic transaction. That means if both the supplier of goods and also the recipient of goods are situated in India, the provisions of section 10 will be applicable. If either of the person are situated outside India, then section 11 will be applicable. Section 11 is not in our inter-syllabus. Then section 12 is domestic services. Both the service provider and service recipient are situated in India, then provisions of section 12 will be applicable. If either of the person are situated outside India, then provisions of section 13 will be applicable. That is called as international services, but that is not in our syllabus. Now I'm going to start with section 10. What is section 10? Place of supply of goods. So if you are a supplier of goods, if you want to know the place of supply, you have to come and check section 7. Other than supply of goods imported or exported into India. Because for import and export, section 10 will not be applicable. Section 11 will be applicable. Section 10, domestic transaction. Classified into two categories, my dear lovable students. 10 subsection 1 and 10 subsection 2. 10 subsection 1 again classified into 6 category. 10 subsection 1 clause A, 10 subsection 1 clause B, 10 subsection 1 clause C, 10 subsection 1 clause CA, 10 subsection 1 clause D, and 10 subsection 1 clause E. 10 subsection 1 clause A, supply involves movement of goods. 10 subsection 1 clause B, bill to ship transaction. 10 subsection 1 clause C, supply does not involve movement of goods. 10 subsection 1 clause CA, purchases over the counter. 10 subsection 1 clause D, assembling or installation of goods. 10 subsection 1 clause C, goods supplied on board. So if you are a supplier of goods, you have to check under what circumstance or situation you are following. For example, if your supplies involving movement of goods, you have to come and check 10 subsection 1 clause A. Sir, if you are doing bill to ship transaction, then you have to check 10 subsection 1 clause B. So B stands for bill to ship transaction. B stands for, sir, 10 subsection 1 clause C, I am supplying certain goods, but supply does not involve movement of goods. Then 10 subsection 1 clause C. And 10 subsection 1 clause CA is a new addition. This is expected question for this exam. Purchase over the counter. What? Purchase over the 10 subsection 1 clause D, assembling or installation of goods, and 10 subsection 1 clause E, goods supplied on board. We are going to start with 10 subsection 1 clause A, supply involves movement of goods. If you are supplying goods from one place to another and it is involving movement of goods, it has to stop at one place. The place where it is stopping, there only that goods will be consumed, right sir? That's why place of supply is location of the goods at the time which the movement of goods terminates. Where the goods movement are terminates. For example, if you are in Tamil Nadu and if you are moving goods from Tamil Nadu to Kerala, sir, Kerala is the place the movement is going to get terminated, right sir? So Kerala is going to be the what of supply? Place of supply. Because in Kerala only we are going to consume the goods, right sir? So where the supply involves movement of goods, whether by way of either the supplier, sometimes the supplier may move the goods from one place to another, or by the recipient, or the person who are purchasing the goods may transport the goods from one place to another, or by any other person, let it be GTA also. Goods transporting agency may move the goods from one place to, then sir, the place of supply is the location of the goods at the time which the movement of goods terminates for delivery to the recipient. That means if you are moving goods from one place to another, sir, sometimes it may cross so many states. That and all doesn't matter. Where the movement stops for consumption matter, because GST is a consumption based tax. Thus, irrespective of the number of state the goods passes through during the course of journey, the state in which the movement of goods terminate for delivery to the recipient is the place of supply of goods. Comfortable, sir? That's it with regard to 10 subsection 1 clause A. So that section we have to apply in a circumstance or situation where the supply involves what of goods. Coming to the second situation for a supplier of goods called as bill to ship transaction. What to ship transaction? In a bill to ship transaction which are covered under section 10 subsection clause B, my dear lovable students, there should be 3 parties. There should be, if 3 parties are there, then only bill to ship transaction will work. Number 1, actual supplier. Number 1, third person should be there, and actual recipient should be there, and actual. So 3 characters should be there in order to apply 10 subsection 1 clause B. Actual supplier should be there, third party should be there, and actual recipient should be there. With regard to actual supplier, my dear lovable students, he is a person who is going to really supply the goods from one place to another. And actual recipient is the person really going to get the goods. What this third person will do, he will take a phone and he will call the actual supplier and he will inform the actual supplier that please supply this much quantity of goods to the actual recipient. So this actual supplier is the person who are supplying the goods. Actually, actual recipient is the person who are receiving the goods. But section 10, subsection 1, clause B is saying that even though the actual supplier has supplied goods to the actual recipient, it has to be deemed that, what that? The third person has received the goods. The third person has. That means the actual supplier has to raise the invoice to the what person? Third person. That means, sir, this transaction is covered under 10 subsection 1 clause B. Are you all really with me? Now the third person will raise an invoice to the what recipient? Actual recipient. This is not bill to ship transaction. This transaction is not bill to ship transaction. This is covered under 10 subsection 1 clause A. Comfortable, sir. Coming to supply involving movement of goods delivered to the recipient on the instruction of the what person? Third person. So third person called the actual supplier and sir, he informed the actual supplier to supply the goods to the actual recipient. Nature of the transaction. Where the goods are delivered by whom? Supplier. This guy is actual supplier. To a recipient, this guy is actual recipient. Or any other person on direction of what person? Third person. Whether acting as an agent or otherwise, either before or during the movement of goods, either by way of transfer of document of title to the goods or otherwise, then in such a circumstance, place of supply should be, it shall be deemed that said third person has dashed the goods, received the goods. Actually, the goods are received by the actual recipient. It should be deemed that the third person has received the goods. And place of supply of such goods shall be principal place of business of the third person. Principal place of business of the actually the actual supplier has supplied to the actual recipient. Right, sir? Place of supply should be actual recipient. But this section 10, subsection 1, clause B is asking you to take, sir, the goods has been received by what person? Third person. So the place of supply should be principal place of the third, principal place of the, and place of supply of such good shall be the principal place of business of the what person? Third person. These transactions are also called as bill to ship transaction. What to ship? That is why 10 subsection 1 clause B. B stands for bill to ship transactions. Why it is called as bill to ship transaction? Because the actual supplier will make the shipment to the actual recipient. The goods will move from the actual supplier to the actual recipient. Whereas the bill will be raised to the third person. That's why bill will go here. Shipment will go here. That's why it is called as bill to ship. So one line summary of the entire discussion is principal place of third person is the place of supply. There will be two supplies in bill to ship transaction. Number one, supply between actual supplier and the third person. It is covered under section 10 subsection 1 clause B. Whereas there will be supply between third person and the actual recipient. It is covered under 10 subsection 1 clause A. Comfortable? Two sections we have discussed. 10 subsection 1 clause A, supply involves movement of goods. 10 subsection 1 clause B, bill to ship transaction. I am coming to the next section called as 10 subsection 1 clause C, supply does not involve movement of goods. That means the goods are located in one place. From there itself you are completing the supply. That's what supply does not involve movement of goods. If supply is, sir, does not involve movement of goods, that goods will not move from one place to, then you can't see the movement. You can't see the 10 subsection 1 clause C. I can't see the movement because supply does not involve movement of goods. So where the supply does not involve movement of goods, either by the supplier or by the location where such goods at the time of delivery to the recipient will be the place of supply. Because where the goods are situated there only the consumption is going to happening. Because GST is a consumption based tax. Enga and the goods irko, anga the place of supply. That means, my dear lovable students, sir, as per section 10 subsection 1 clause C, the location of such goods at the time of delivery to the recipient will be the place of supply. 3 sections we have done. 10 subsection 1 clause A, supply involves movement of goods. 10 subsection 1 clause B, bill to ship transaction. 10 subsection 1 clause C, supply does not involve movement of goods. I am coming to 10 subsection 1 clause CA. This is a newly added item, an expected item for examination, my dear. Purchase over the counter. Tell me. Purchase over the counter. Tell me. Sometimes the person who are going to purchase may go to another state and purchase the goods, and he may return to the original state. In that circumstance, what should be the place of supply is the question. You have to check the invoice. You have to check the whether the address is recorded in the invoice or address not recorded in the invoice. Tell me, address is recorded in the invoice, or if the address is recorded in the invoice, location recorded in the invoice should be the place of supply. Sir, when the supplier is billing, he will be putting the name of the person who are receiving the goods and also the place of the recipient. If the address is recorded in the invoice, that place should be treated as the place of supply. Whereas if the address is not recorded, location of the supplier. Tell me, location of the, because there is no other way. I have to make the place of supply. If the address of the recipient is not available, I have to make the location of the supplier. Government has to find out the what of supply, place of supply. Otherwise, sir, GST will not work. That's why they are saying we will first try to see the invoice. If the location is recorded in the invoice, that location will be the place of supply. If location is not recorded in the invoice, then location of the supplier. Comfortable? That situation also comes to an end. So 10 subsection 1 clause A, supply involves movement of goods. 10 subsection 1 clause B, bill to ship transaction. 10 subsection 1 clause supply does not involve movement of goods. 10 subsection 1 clause purchase over the counter. Purchase. Coming to 10 subsection 1 clause D, that is supply involve installation or assembly. Sir, you are a supplier of goods. The goods what you are supplying needs to be installed or assembled. If those goods has to be installed or assembled, in the place of installation or assembling, you have to drill. Right, sir? That means that place only you are going to install. That means there only the goods are going to be consumed. So where the goods are assembled or installed at site, place of such installation or assembly is the place of supply. Because the place we are going to install, place we are going to assemble, there only consumption will be happening. Are you all really with me? Sir, goods supplied on board a conveyance, that is 10 subsection 1 clause E. When you are traveling in a vessel or aircraft or train or motor vehicle, sometimes, sir, in railway station and all, when you are traveling in train, people will come and ask that, sir, 10 rupees pen, 10 rupees, sir, cheap soap, all those things. Are you all really with me? Tea, coffee, tea, coffee, 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 tea, coffee. Yes, sir. Goods supplied on board a location at which the goods are taken on board, that is to which place from which place the goods has been boarded to the conveyance. You can't, sir, see the place where it has been consumed. Sometimes the train may be moving from one place to another. Okay, fine. Train, okay. Aircraft, look at the situation. Sir, the pilot can't put his head down and see that where the state is. Sir, the aircraft would have started from Chennai. Sometimes it would be flying in Kerala. Hello, sir. Okay, this person has eaten this samosa in what, Kerala. So the consumption happened in Kerala. So revenue should go to the Kerala government. Like that, the pilot can't see. So the practically applicable is place where the goods are handed over or what loaded to the on board. That is conveyance. Are you all really with me? So these are the various circumstances by which you have to find out the place of supply. 10 subsection 1 clause A, 10 subsection 1 clause B, 10 subsection 1 clause C, 10 subsection 1 clause CA, 10 subsection 1 clause D, and 10 subsection 1. If your situation does not fall under any of this category, don't worry. You have to apply 10 subsection 2. If you are not able to find out the place of supply by applying the provisions of 10 subsection 1, find out the place of supply by section 10 subsection 2. That means if you are not able to find out the place of supply by applying the provisions of 10 subsection 1, you have to find out the place of supply by applying 10 subsection 2. Comfortable, sir? That's it, man. Sir, this summary will be helpful for you before the day of examination. 10 subsection 1 clause A. You have to answer me now. Where the supply involves movement of goods, whether by the supplier or by the recipient or by any other person, what is the place of supply? Location of the goods at the time at which the movement of goods terminates for delivery to the recipient. Comfortable? Sir, 10 subsection 1 clause B, what's its name? Bill to ship transaction. Where the goods are delivered by the supplier to a recipient or by any other person on the direction of the third person by way of transfer of document of title to the goods or otherwise, it shall be deemed that third person has received the goods. Then the place of supply will be principal place of business of such third person. Comfortable? What is 10 subsection 1 clause C? Supply does not involve movement of goods. So where the supply does not involve movement of goods either by the supplier or by the location of such goods at the time of delivery to the recipient will be the 10 subsection 1 clause CA, where the goods are purchased over the counter in one state and transported to another state by the buyer. So I am in Tamil Nadu, I went to Kerala, purchased one goods from Kerala, I have not consumed the goods there in Kerala, I return back to Tamil Nadu. That is place of supplies location as per the address of the what person recorded in the invoice. If the address is not recorded, sir, location of the supplier will be the place of supply. 10 subsection 1 clause D, drilling, where the goods are assembled or installed at site, place where the goods are assembled, or 10 subsection 1 clause E, where the goods are supplied on board a conveyance like vessel, aircraft, train or motor vehicle, place where such goods are taken on board the conveyance. If you are not able to find out the place of supply by applying the provisions of 10 subsection 1, apply provisions of 10 subsection 2. Are you all really with me? One line summary of the entire discussion. Section 10 subsection 1 classified into how many category? 10 subsection 1 clause A, 10 subsection 1 clause B, 10 subsection 1 clause C, 10 subsection 1 clause CA, 10 subsection 1 clause D, 10 subsection 1 clause E. 10 subsection 1 clause A, supply involves. 10 subsection 1 clause B, bill to ship transaction. 10 subsection 1 clause C, supply does not involve movement of goods. 10 subsection 1 clause CA, purchase over the counter. 10 subsection 1 clause D, assembly or installation of goods. 10 subsection 1 clause E, supplied goods on board a conveyance. Right, sir? As per 10 subsection 1 clause A, place of supply is the movement terminates. 10 subsection 1 clause B, principal place of the third person. 10 subsection 1 clause C, location of the goods. 10 subsection 1 clause CA, address of the unregistered person. And 10 subsection 1 clause D, place of installation. 10 subsection 1 clause E, where the goods has been loaded to the conveyance. Very comfortable. That's it, my dear lovable students, with regard to section 10. I'm moving into section, sir, 12, which is domestic services. Right, sir? Sir, section 12 is talking about domestic services. That means both the service provider and service recipient are situated in India. Then provisions of section 12 will be applicable. Section 12, this many subsections are there. Section 12.1, applicability. Section 12.1. Section 12.2, general provision. Section 12.2. Section 12.3, services relating to immovable property, boat or vessel, related to three things. That is why 12.3. So what is 12.1? Applicability. What is 12.2? General provision. What is 12.3? Services relating to immovable property, boat or vessel. 12.4, 4 services. 12.4. 12.5, training or performance appraisal services. Training or 12.6, events. E-V-E-N-T-S. How many things are there? That's why 12.6, events. Are you all really with me? 12.7, organization of events. Why are you restricting yourself? Sweeted kondad, 7 days. All the 7 days in a week. Organize some events and enjoy your life. That's why 12.7 is organization of the events. Sir, 12.8 transportation of goods. Transportation of 8 போட்டாதான் சார் லைசன்ஸ் கொடுப்பாங்க லாரியில. சார் டிரான்ஸ்போர்ட்டேஷன் ஆஃப் குட்ஸ். ஆர் யூ ஆல் really with me? 12.9 sir, if you reverse P stands for passenger. 12.9 is transportation of passengers. 12.9 is transportation of. 12.10 services supplied on board a conveyance. That is what 10 on board a conveyance. On board a conveyance. 12.11 telecommunication services. Telephone, money phone adipadu therida. 12.11 telecommunication. After you become a chartered accountant, entire 24 hours, that is 12 plus 12, 24 hours, you'll be sitting with the financial and stock broking services, right sir? Don't work that much and all. It will create so much of stress, and always the life will be in big risk. Please take some insurance in your life. Otherwise your photo will be coming sir, our newspaper as advertisement to the newspaper that this guy gone. Are you all really with me? That's what 12.14 advertisement to the. So what are the services, man? 12.1 applicability, 12.2 general provision, 12.3 services relating to immovable property, boat or vessel, 12.4 services, 12.5 training or performance appraisal services, 12.6 events, 12.7 organization of event, 12.8 transportation of goods, 12.9 transportation of passengers, 12.10 services supplied on board a conveyance, 12.11 telecommunication services, 12.12 financial and stock broking services, 12.13 insurance services, 12.14 advertisement to government. Comfortable sir? How we have to approach this section? This section 12 I have classified into 5 category. 12 sir, applicability. 12.1 and 12.2. These two sections are talking about applicability. Which are the two sections? 12.1 and 12.2. And services relating to 3 things, that is immovable property, boat or vessel, as per 12 subsection 3. Performance based services. There are 4 performance based services are there. 12.4, 12.5, 12.6, 12.7. There are 3 transportation services are there. 12.8, 12.9, 12.10. There are 4 other services are there. 12.11, 12.12, 12.13, 12.14. Are you comfortable? I'm coming to place of supply of services where location of the supplier and recipient is in India. If both the people are situated in India, then only this section will be applicable. If either of the person are situated outside India, then provisions of section 13 will be applicable, and that is not in our syllabus. It is in CA final. Comfortable? What is the structure of section 12? Section 12 is saying that you have to check the service what you have provided is covered under 12.3 to 12.14 or not. First you have to check the service. You are a service provider? No. The service what you have provided is covered under 12.3 to 12.14. Hello sir. If it is covered under 12.3 to 12.14, then you have to apply the specific rule. For example, you are a service provider related to immovable property. For you section 12.3 will be applicable. If you are a provider of 4 services, 12.4 will be applicable. If you are a service provider in the field of training or performance appraisal services, 12.5 will be applicable. If you are a person who are providing service relating to event, 12.6 will be. If you are organizing the event, 12.7 will be applicable. If you are engaged in the service provider of transportation of goods, 12.8 will be applicable. Transportation of passenger, 12.9 will be applicable. Service provided on board a conveyance. I am Geo. Telecommunication services, 12.11 will be applicable. Sir, I am bank, financial and stock broking services, 12.12 will be applicable. I am an insurance company, 12.13 will be applicable. 12.13 will be applicable. Yes sir. And 12 sir, 14. Are you all really with me? That is advertisement to what? Government. Advertisement to government. Are you all really with me? But if your service has not covered in any of the specific services, then 12.2 general rule will be applicable. What rule will be applicable? This is the structure of section 12.1. So this is how you have to understand. Section 12 contains the provision for determining the place of supply of services, where both the location of the supplier and location of the recipient should be in India. This is condition number 1. You have to check whether both the service provider and service recipient are situated in India. Then sir, you have to come and check the place of supply in section 12. If either of the person is outside India, Place of supply is determined section 13. If either the service provider or service recipient are situated outside India, sir, you have to go and check the place of supply in section 13. That is called as international services. That is not in our list to study. Right, sir? The section 12 apply to domestic supply of services. This is the first point of applicability. That means in order to apply section 12, both the service provider and service recipient should be situated in and structure of section 12. How they have written section 12. What is the structure of section 12? Section 12 lay down a general rule to determine the place of supply of services as well as few other rule to determine the place of supply of certain specific services. So two types of rules are there in section 12. General rules and specific rules. First, you have to check whether the service what you are providing is falling under the specific rules or not. If it is not falling in the specific rule, then only you have to come and check in the general rule. Comfortable? This place of supply is determined by rule, general rule, in respect of services other than the one covered by the what rule, specific. So first priority to the specific rules. Comfortable? My dear lovable students, the service what you have provided is not covered under 12.3 to 12.14. Then come and check 12.2. Then only 12.2 will be. It is also important to note that in many cases, section provide different place of supply for different services to registered, and this section is classifying whether you have provided service to a registered person or unregistered person. Shall we start talking about one by one section? We have done with 12.1. What is 12.1? Applicable. You know when this section will be applicable? If both the service provider and service recipient are situated in the taxable territory, then sir, section 12.1 will be applicable. This is applicability number 1. Applicability number 1. I'm moving into 12.2, general provision. 12.2 is general provision. Sir, in order to apply this section, the service what you have provided should not fall under 12.3 to 12.14. So this section applicable only if supply of service does not fall in any of the specified cases provided under 12.3 to 12.14. 12.3 to, if that is the case, applicability of 12.2, look at it, beautiful applicability. If the service covered from 12.3 to 12.14, this section is not applicable because specific section will be, sir, service not covered from 12.3 to 12.14, section 12.2 will be applicable. This is the applicability of this provision. So as a service provider, first what you are supposed to check is whether your service is covered under 12.3 to 12.14. Now, if it is covered under 12.3 to 12.40, then this section will not be applicable. If the service what you have provided is not covered under 12.3 to 12.14, then provisions of this section will be what this section is applicable. What this section is saying. This section is saying that you are a service provider. You provided a service. That service is not covered under 12.3 to 12.14. Then only this section will be check. Tell me check. Tell me check. Tell me check. Whether you have provided service to a registered person or unregistered. So whether you have provided service to a registered person or if you have provided service to a what person? Registered person. Location of the recipient. Location of the recipient. This is a thumb rule. Show the thumb rule. This is a thumb rule. Sir, in section 12, if you are providing service to a registered person, the place of supply will be location of such person. Right, sir? Sir, made to a what person? Unregistered person. Recipient is not registered. Check, check, check whether the address is available on records. If the address is available on records, then location of the recipient. Location of the. That means this section is trying their level best to make practically applicable the consumption-based tax. If you are providing service to a registered person, location of such a person means that registered person only would have received the services. That's why location of such. Sir, I have not provided service to a registered person. I have provided service to a unregistered person. If that is the case, my dear lovable students, you have to check address is available, address is not available. If address is available, then location of the. If address is not available, no other way, location of the supplier of the services. This is like default. I can't do anything. Act can't do. Are you all really with me? So that's it with regard to 12.1, 12.2. What is 12.1? Applicability. First, this section should be applicable. What is 12.2? General provision. That means the service what you have provided should not fall under 12.3 to 12.40. Comfortable. Coming to 12.3, man, service relating to immovable property, boat or vessel. Sir, it is classifying into 4 categories. Class A, Class B, Class C, Class D. Class A is direct services. Class A is Class B is services by way of lodging or accommodation. Lodging or accommodation for organizing any function and any ancillary services referred above. Any ancillary services? So, my dear lovable students, Class A, services directly in relation to a what property? So, you are a service provider. There is an immovable property. To this immovable property, my dear lovable students, you are providing what services? Direct services. So, direct services provided by interior decorator, architect, surveyors, engineers, or other related expert or what agent? Estate agent. Sir, after you become a chartered accountant, you are called as professional. The same way, there are professionals relating to what property? Immovable property, like interior decorators, architect, surveyors, engineers, other related expert, or estate agent. This is the direct service number 1. Or direct service number 2, any service provided by way of, sir, right of use of what property? Immovable property. That means there is a Taj hotel is there. They are giving the right to use the what property? Immovable property. For what purpose? Carrying out or coordination of what work? Construction work. That means contractor Nesamani they are talking. So contractor Nesamani is providing services directly relating to what property? Immovable property. This is the first service called as what services? Direct services. So you may provide a service directly relating to what property? Immovable. Or service by way of what and what? Lodging and accommodation. Number 2. Now, after you provided the direct services, the immovable property is ready. Immovable property is what? Ready. Hotel is ready, sir. Or the guest house is ready. Or immovable property is ready. Now, what you are going to do with that immovable property? By way of lodging accommodation. By way of that hotel, inn, or guest house, or homestay, or club, or campsite, by whatever name called, and including a houseboat or any other vessel. That is Alapura houseboat is there. There you can go and you can stay there. Are you all really with me? That's what. So the first one, direct services relating to immovable property. Number 2, with that immovable property, they can provide lodging and accommodation services. Number 3, sir, when you stayed in that lodging and accommodation, you met someone and you fall in love with that person. By way of accommodation, immovable property for organizing any marriage or reception of matters relating thereto. That means, sir, there are destination weddings. Have you heard about it? So, immovable property can be used for the destination wedding or official, social, cultural, religious or business function. Or immovable property can be rented out for conduct, sir, award functions like A&M awards. Are you all ready with me? Including service provided in relation to such function at such property. This is the clause number C. And the last clause, any ancillary services, any supporting services referred to in clause A, clause B and what? Clause C. So there are 4 services relating to immovable property. Number 1, direct services. By providing the direct services, immovable property is ready. Services by way of lodging and accommodation. Sir, there you met someone. How the Dhoni have met Sakshi the same way. Sir, loading and accommodation for organizing any function. And any ancillary services referred above. For all the 4 services, my dear lovable students, the place of supply is location at which the immovable property or boat or vessel, as the case may be, is located or intended to be located. Because where the immovable property is there only consumption will happen. GST is a consumption based tax. That's why 12 subsection 3 is saying that location at which the immovable property, boat or vessel, as the case may be, is located or intended to be located. Comfortable? Sometimes what will happen? No, my dear lovable students, very important point. For example, okay, if the service provider and service recipient are situated in India, sir, the service is consumed in India. That means the government is saying that we want GST. Tell me, we want GST. But what will happen? You know, sometimes the immovable property may be situated outside India. Both the people are situated in India, but the immovable property is situated. If that is the case, my dear lovable students, the government will lose the revenue because the place of supply is the location where the immovable property is. So if the location of the immovable property or boat or vessel is located or intended to be located where? Outside India, then the place of supply is the location of the recipient. Location of the, because that guy anyway will be situating inside India. So we will get the what? GST. That's what section 12 subsection 3. Shall we consolidate in 1 minute? 12.3 is service relating to immovable property, boat or vessel. 4 services you can provide relating to this. Direct services, services by way of lodging or accommodation, lodging and accommodation for organizing any function, any ancillary services related about the place of supply is placed where the immovable property is situated or intended to be situated. But if the immovable property is situated or intended to be situated outside India, place of supply is the place where the recipient is situated or the location of the service recipient. Comfortable? That's it, man. 12.1 applicability. 12.2 general provision. 12.3 services relating to immovable property, boat. I'm coming to performance based services. 12.4. 12.4 are 4 services. You may ask a question to me. What are the 4 services, sir? Restaurant and catering services. Tell me. Personal grooming and fitness. Personal grooming and beauty treatment services. Tell me. Healthcare services including cosmetic and plastic surgery. Healthcare services including. I don't know. Now the people are loving so much of fast food. Are you all really with me? Yes, sir. Including me. Sir, more than eating from home, we are eating from restaurant only, from outside only. If you eat so much from restaurant and catering, sir, you will become like me. Sir, personal grooming and fitness you need. You have to go to gym. Hello, sir. Your beauty will go, really I am saying. Then you may need what treatment also? Beauty treatment also. Sometimes you may have to go to Apollo or Kaveri as the case may be also. Healthcare services including cosmetic or. So that's what government try to say, that don't eat so much from the restaurant. That's what restaurant and catering services. It will, sir, destroy, or you need personal grooming and fitness. Your beauty will be affected. Healthcare services including cosmetic and plastic surgery. Place of supply is place where the service are actually performed. Where the restaurant is there only the place of supply, because consumption happened at that place. Where the gym is there only the place of supply. Where the beauty treatment is there only the place of supply. And where the healthcare services including cosmetic or plastic surgery, where the hospital is there only the place of supply. Comfortable, sir? That's it with regard to 12.4, man. What is 12.1? Applicability. What is 12.2? General provision. What is 12.3? Services relating to immovable property, boat or vessel. What is 12.4? I'm coming to 12.5, man. Training and performance appraisal services. Training and, my dear lovable students, as you all know that you have to file your return of income within the time limit specified under section 139 subsection 1, which is either 31st of July or 31st of October or 30th of November, as the case may be. Right, sir? If you have not filed the return of income on time also, no problem. You are having an option to file the return as per 139 subsection 4. That is called as what return? Belated return. What return? So you can file your return either within 139 subsection 1 time limit or 139 subsection 4 time limit, which is a belated return. Belated happy birthday wishes. Right, sir? Sometimes in this original return and belated return, sometimes there may be an omission or there may be an error. Then you can dash the return. Revise the return under section 139 subsection 5. If you don't want a revision of return under 139 subsection 5, train your employees properly under 12 subsection 5. Then revision is not required. Are you all really with me? If you don't want to revise the return under 139 subsection 5, train your employees under 12 subsection 5. That is 12.5, training and performance appraisal services. So you are a training institute or you are a training person. So service in relation to training and performance appraisal to a registered person means location of such person. Registered person means, this is the what rule? Thumb rule. If you are providing service to a registered person, location of. Provided to a unregistered person means location where the service are actually. Why? Because these four are performance-based services. For performance-based services, place of supply is placed where the service has been actually performed. For services, sir, what is the place of supply? Service are actually performed. 12.5, my dear lovable students, you have to check registered person, unregistered person. Registered person, location of such person. Right, sir? Unregistered person, location where the service are actually performed. Comfortable? Sir, I know that you are in so much of pressure and tension for your JAN examination, which may be, sir, next 15 days, right, sir? Don't take that much. Revise properly. That only enough. Hello, sir? Sir, have some fun also in between. Don't study 25 hours in a day and all. Hello, sir? Yes, sir. Please go and see some events, my dear lovable students. CAS, CAS. Please CSEE, some event. Or go to some amusement park like Wonderla in Bangalore. Hello, sir. And have some fun. So, service provided by way of admission to. So, you are conducting a program relating to cultural, artistic, sporting. That's what CAS. Please see scientific, educational and entertainment event. Or you are going to amusement park or any other place or service ancillary there too. Place where the event is actually held. Why? Because this is a performance-based services, or where the park or such other place is located. So, if you are providing admission to 6 places, number 1, cultural, artistic, sporting, scientific, education and entertainment, place of supply is place where the event is actually held. Comfortable? What is 12.1? Applicability. What is 12.2? General provision. What is 12.3? Services relating to immovable property, boat or vessel. What is 12.4? 4 services. What is 12.5? Training and performance appraisal services. What is 12.6? Events. What is 12.7? So you are an organizer who are going to organize the what? Event. Service provided by way of 3 services. This guy will provide 3 services. How 4 services has been provided by the service relating to immovable property. Right, sir? Number 1, organization of what event? 6 events. So, those 6 events someone is organizing. Is he a service provider? Ancillary services to how many events? 6 events. An assignment of sponsorship to how many events? 6 events. That means service provided by service number 1. If you are organizing cultural, artistic, sporting, scientific, education or entertainment event, including the supply in relation to a conference, fair, exhibition, celebration or what event? Or service number 2, service ancillary to organization of any of the event or service referred in the clause. That means, my dear lovable students, related services. You are going to organize these 6 services. At that time, the connected services are called as ancillary services or assignment of sponsorship to such event. If this 3 services is there, you have to come and check 12 subsection 7. That is called as organization of. What are the 3 things? Organization of 6 event, ancillary services to 6 event, assignment of sponsorship to 6 event. Comfortable? If this 3 services has been provided to registered person, thumb rule, location of such person. Location of. If this 3 services has been provided to a unregistered person, you have to check whether the event is held in India or event is held outside. If the event is held in India, place of supply is place where the event is actually held. If the event is held outside India, sir, location of the recipient, because otherwise revenue leakage will come. This is equal to if the service provider and service recipient are situated in India and the location of the immovable property is situated outside India, place of supply is the location of the recipient. The same way, if you are conducting the event where? Outside India, then my dear lovable students, place of supply is the location of the recipient. Comfortable? That's it, man. What is 12.1? Applicability. What is 12.2? General provision. What is 12.3? Services relating to. What is 12.4? 4 services. What is 12.5? Training and performance appraisal services. What is 12.6? What is 12.7? What is 12.8? Transportation of. We are coming to the transportation services, man, which is 12.8, 12.9 and 12.10, which is transportation of goods, transportation of passengers and service provider on board a transportation of goods. That means you are providing GTA services. You are moving the goods from one place to the another place. You have to check whether you have provided service to a registered person, or if you have provided to a registered person, thumb rule will be applicable. Location of the, sir, if you are providing service to an unregistered person, location at which such goods are handed over for transportation, location at which such goods are handed over for, you also hand over, location at which such goods are handed over for transportation is the what of supply. That's it, man. Sir, transportation of passenger. Now you are transporting passenger from one place to another instead of goods. You have to check whether it is a normal transportation of passenger. That means one time you are taking the passenger from one place and you are dropping them at other place, or right to passage. That means multiple times, and whether it is round trip. So three circumstances or three ways in which you can transport the passenger from one place to the another. That is normal transportation of passenger, right to passage, and round trip. If it is round trip, return journey should be treated separately. Return journey should be treated. Shall we talk about situation number 1, which is normal transportation? You are taking passenger from one place and you are dropping them at another place. So passenger transportation services to a registered person, or if it is a registered person, thumb rule will be applicable. Location of, if it is unregistered person, place where the passenger embark on the conveyance for a continuous journey. Right, sir? Situation number 2 is what? Right to passage. That means you can, sir, board at any station and you can leave at any station. This is called as what to passage. Sometimes we may take season tickets, right? That is called as right to passage. You have to check whether that right to passage has been issued to a registered person or unregistered person. If it is to a registered person, location of such person. If it is to an unregistered person, check whether the address available or address not available. If the address available, location of the recipient. If the address not available, location of the supplier of services. Location of the, are you all really with me? Sir, that means right to passage made to a registered person means location of such person, thumb rule. Sir, made to an unregistered person, check whether address is available on record or address not available. If address available, location of the recipient. Address not available, location of the supplier. Comfortable? In case of return journey, that means you are booking round trip. You are going from one place to another place. At the same time itself, you are booking the return journey also. Then return journey should be treated. Sir, return journey should be treated separate journey. Sir, the return journey shall be treated as separate journey even if right to passage on onward and return journey issued at the what time? Same time. Comfortable, sir? That's it with regard to 12 subsection 9, which is transportation of what? Normal transportation of passenger, which is one-time transportation. You have to check whether the recipient is registered person or, that's it. Right to passage, basically, sir, 12 to general rule will be applicable. You have to check registered person or unregistered person. And if you are providing round trips, then return journey should be treated separately. Comfortable, sir? So tell me what is 12.1? Applicability. 12.2, general provision. 12.3, services relating to immovable property, boat or vessel. 12.4, 4 services. 12.5, training or performance appraisal services. 12.6, events. 12.7, organization of event. 12.8, transportation of goods. 12.9, transportation of, fine man. When you are transporting passenger from one place to another, you are providing services on board a conveyance. So service on board a conveyance including vessel, aircraft, train or motor vehicle. Location of the first scheduled point of departure of that conveyance for the journey. So where that conveyance started, not the passenger started, from where the conveyance started. That is what the location of the first scheduled point of departure of that conveyance for the journey. So, my dear lovable students, if it is transportation services, always, sir, starting point is the start. Always. Because transportation of goods, sir, look at here. To a registered person, location of such person. To an unregistered person, location where the goods are handed over for transportation. That is a starting point. Then transportation of passenger, normal transport, registered person, location of such person. To an unregistered person, place where the passenger embark on the conveyance for a, again it is a what point? Starting point. Are you all really with me? Right to passage is nothing but 12.2 rule only. They have copy pasted. Right, sir? return journey, sir, should be treated separately. That means when you are going from Chennai to Bangalore, Chennai is the starting point. When you are coming back from Bangalore to Chennai, Bangalore is the starting point. That's why with regard to transportation services, always, my dear lovable students, the place of supply is the starting point. Comfortable? Coming to the last leg of our discussion called as other services. These are the other services, man. 1211 telecommunication services. 1212 financial and stock broking services. 1213 insurance services. 1214 advertisement to government. Right, sir? So you are, sir, Geo. You are a service provider of telecommunication services. So services by way of telecommunication line, by a fixed line, you are providing the services. Kambi katrani. So where the fixed line is installed, where you have, sir, installed that fixed line, that is a what of supply, place of supply. Service by way of mobile connection on postpaid basis. If you have taken postpaid, then bill should come, right, sir? Location of the what address, billing address. Services by way of mobile collection on prepaid basis. Normal, what we are using is prepaid connections, right, sir? You have to check the three through a selling agent. Have you purchased the recharge card through a selling agent? If yes, address of the what agent. Or any person to final subscriber. If you go to medical shop also, vegetable shop also, you will get the card for recharge, right, sir? Then location where the prepayment is received or vouchers are sold. Through internet banking or electronic mode, 99% we used to recharge like this only. We'll call our friend, Macha, please recharge ra. I'll pay you tomorrow. That's it, game over. Sir, location of the recipient of service on the records of the what? Supplier. Very important point for exam. Location of the recipient of service. Don't stop there. Location of the recipient of service on the records of the supplier. Repeat once again. Location of the recipient of service on the records of the. So, the idea, Tata Docomo, Sir Geo, all these people are called as what? Telecommunication services. They may providing, sir, DTH services and all by way of fixed telecommunication line. Where fixed telecommunication line is installed will be the what of supply. The next is the major telecommunication service are through phone, which may be either postpaid or prepaid. Postpaid means bills should come. Location of the what address. Service by way of mobile collection on what basis? Prepaid basis. You have to check whether it is through a selling agent, any person to a final subscriber, through internet, bank or electronic mode. If it is through a selling agent, address of the selling agent. Any person to final subscriber, location where the prepayment is received or vouchers are sold. Through a internet banking or electronic mode, location of the recipient of service on the record of the. If you are not able to find out the place of supply by these things, if your service has not fall under this category, it should fall under other cases. You have to check whether its address is available, then location of the address not available, location of the service provider. Basically, technically, they are applying 12.2, which is general provision. Comfortable, sir? Now coming to the 12.12 financial and stock broking services. Quick recall. What is 12.1? What is 12.2? What is 12.3? What is 12.4? 4 services. What is 12.5? What is 12.6? What is 12.7? What is 12.8? What is 12.9? What is 12.10? What is 12.11? What is 12.12? So you can provide either financial services or stock broking services, right, sir? Financial services means service provided by bank. The bank will provide two type of services. One is account-based services and non-account-based services. If it is account-based services, location of the recipient on the records of the supplier of the service. If bank is providing service to you, when you open the bank account, you would have given your KYC, right, sir? In that KYC, what address is there? There only bank is assuming that the service has been consumed. If the service is non-account based services, location of the supplier of the services, that means where the bank is situated will be the place of supply. Are you all really with me? Sir, with regard to stock broking services, man, always it is account based services, because without taking, sir, you are registered with a stock broker, my dear lovable students, they can't provide the service to you. So place of supply is the location of the recipient on the records of the supplier of the services. Pakka, sir? So financial and stock broking services, financial services, banking services may be either account based services or non-account based. If it is account-based services means KYC will be available. So location of the recipient on the record of the supplier of service. Non-account-based services, location of the, with regard to stockbroking services, always it is what based services. Place of supply is the location of recipient on the records of the supplier of services. Comfortable. With regard to 12.3 man, insurance services. What services? Now the service provider is the insurance company. Sir, if you don't take insurance, will they provide insurance services? That means insurance services are always account-based services, right, sir? They will check whether the service has been provided to a registered person, or if it is registered person, location of such person. Thumb rule. If it is unregistered person, location of the recipient of service on the record of the, there is no question that if the address is not available, question does not arise, because if address is not available, they will not provide the service at all. Are you all really with me? The last one, man, 12.14, advertisement service to what? Government. You are providing services to government. That means you are an advertisement agency. What you are supposed to check is whether you have provided service to single state or union territory, or multiple state or union territory. If it is single state or what territory? Place of supply is the respective state or union territory. That state, that place of supply. Whereas it with regard to multiple state, all state on what basis? Proportionate basis. Pakka. One line summary of the entire discussion is 12.3. What is 12.3? Services relating to hotel, boat or vessel. This is what your LDR, last day revision. Location at which the immovable property or boat or vessel is located or intended to be located. But if it is situated outside India, location of the 12.4, how many services? Restaurant and catering services, personal grooming and fitness, beauty treatment and healthcare services. Location where the service are 12.5, training and performance appraisal services. Sir, if it is B2B, location of such registered person. B2C, location where the service are 12.6, admission to an event or amusement park. Place where the event is actually held or where the park or other place is located. Getting it? 12.7, organization of a, if you organize for a registered person, location of such person. If you are organizing for an unregistered person, check where the, if the event is held in India means location of the event is held. If the event is held outside India means location of the 12.8, transportation of goods including what? Mail. Sir, B2B means location of registered person. B2C means location at which such goods are handed over for their transportation. 12.9, transportation of passengers. B2 means location of such registered person. B2C means place where the passenger embark on the conveyance for a 12.10, service provided on board a location of the first schedule point of departure of that conveyance for the journey. Right, sir? 12.11, telecommunication services. Services involving fixed lines, circuit, dish, antenna, etc. Location of such fixed equipment. Mobile or internet postpaid means location of the billing address. Prepaid means place of sale of such voucher. Other cases means address of the recipient in records. Pakka. 12.12, banking and other financial services. Location of the recipient of service on the record of the, if the location of the supplier will be the, if the location of the recipient is not available. 12.13 is what services? B2B means location of such registered person. B2C means location of the recipient of service on the record of the 12.14, advertisement services to government, each of the respective state or union territory where advertisement is broadcasted, displayed or run proportionate value in case of what statement? Multiple states. If the service what you have provided is not fall under 12.3 to 12.14, such a service will be fall under 12.2, which is general rule. If it is B2B, location of such a registered person. And B2C, you have to check address is available, address is not available. If address is available, location of the recipient, and address is not available. So place of supply, section 10 talking about goods and section 12 talking about services. Are you all really with me? With this, we are done with the revision of the place of supply for our examination. I am comfortable, sir. Anybody is there? Where is a grand clap? Yes, sir. Very, very, very happy morning to all. Sir, we have talked about the place of supply in the last revision. Now we are going to do the valuation rules of the place of supply. Shall we quickly recall the place of supply section? What is 12.1? Applicability. 12.2, general provision. 12.3, services relating to immovable property, boat or vessel. 12.4, 4 services. 12.5, training and performance appraisal services. 12.6, events. 12.7, organization of event. 12.8, transportation of goods. 12.9, transportation of passengers. 12.10, services provided on board a conveyance. 12.11, telecommunication services. 12.12, financial and stock broking services. 12.13, insurance services. 12.14, moving into the valuation rules, how to value. When this valuation rule should be applicable, you should know. For example, if you are providing the services, if you are providing services in more than one location, once for a single consideration, you have to bifurcate the value of supply. That means I am providing services relating to immovable property, for example, and that immovable property is spread in 2 states. That means the consumption is happened in 2 states, right? That's what these rules are dealing with. 12.3. Sir, are you able to recall 12.3? Services relating to the immovable property, bought or vest. For that, rule 4 of the IGST rules will be applicable. Rule number 4. What is the relevant rule? Rule number? Lodging accommodation by hotel in guest house, etc. There is a hotel. What service they are providing? They are providing lodging accommodation services. Services provided by way of lodging accommodation by hotel in guest house, etc. and its ancillary services. Basically, there is a hotel. Hotel is providing lodging and accommodation services. But the speciality of that hotel is, other than the case where such property, such hotel is a single property located in 2 or more contiguous states or union territory or both. That means there is only one hotel, my dear lovable students. Hello, sir. That one hotel is not spread in 2 states. Not spread in. That is other than the cases where. Then, so you may ask a doubt, sir, if it is spread in 2 states, that is situation number 2. Are you really with me? So, other than the cases where such property is a single property located in 2 or more contiguous states, then the place of supply is number of nights stayed in such property. For example, Hotel Taj is there. Taj is having lot of branches, right, sir? You are booking, sir, hotel 2 days at Kerala in Taj and 3 days in Tamil Nadu in Taj. You are traveling for a business trip, right, sir? Then is 2 separate property or same property? 2 separate property, because Kerala Taj is different and Tamil Nadu Taj is different, right, sir? Then how much number of days you stayed, you have to see. 2 days you stayed in Kerala and 3 days you have stayed in Tamil Nadu. This is what situation number 1. Situation number 2, other services relating to immovable property, boat or vessel. All other services provided in relation to what property? Immovable property, including organizing any marriage or reception or accommodation in a what property? So there is only a single property located in 2 or more contiguous states or union territory or service ancillary to such services. So there is only one property is there. That one property is spread in 2 states. One half of the property is in Kerala and other half of the property is in Tamil Nadu. So geographically it is split into 2 states. Then area of immovable property lying in each state or union territory. How much area it is located in Kerala, how much square feet it is located in Tamil Nadu, based on that you have to bifurcate, right, sir? Next one, lodging and accommodation by a houseboat or vessel and its ancillary services. When you go in and a houseboat, for example, Alapura houseboat is there. It will start from Kerala in one night and it may move to some place, like for example, if it is going in Karnataka. In a 24 hours travel, 22 hours if it is in Kerala and 2 hours it is in Karnataka, then place of supply you should bifurcate based upon 22:2. That's what they are saying. Service by way of lodging accommodation by a houseboat or vessel and its what services. Time spent by the boat or vessel, 22 hours of the time they spend in Kerala and 2 hours they are spending in Karnataka. In each state or union territory to be determined on the basis of the declaration made by the what provider. So what we are talking about is rule number 4 is what our discussion. Rule number 4 is applicable to 12.3. When this rule 4 will be applicable, you should understand very clearly. This rule will be applicable if there is separate property which are located in separate state. But you are booking it for a single consideration. For example, you are going to Taj website and you are booking Taj hotels 2 days in Kerala and 3 days in Tamil Nadu. For the entire booking, they are charging only 50,000, right, sir? So we are supposed to bifurcate the value of supply. It's based upon number of nights you are staying. They have to bifurcate, right, sir? Sir, there is one immovable property which has been spread in 2 states, one part in Kerala and one part in which is in the border, that's what I'm trying to say, then based upon the area or the square feet, how much part it is lying in each state, you have to bifurcate. Comfortable, sir? Then the third one, man, lodging accommodation by houseboat vessel or its ancillary services. Sir, there is a houseboat which is having a maximum time period of 24 hours. 22 hours it will be there in Kerala and 2 hours it will move to Karnataka. Then you have to split the value of supply between Kerala and Karnataka in the ratio of the time spent by the boat or vessel. Shall I proceed? 12.7. Have you heard about 12.7? Organization of event. Sir, for it, rule number 5 of the IGST Act will be applicable. Sir, organization of the event or service ancillary thereto or assignment of sponsorship to such event. These are the 3 services we have discussed in the last class, right, sir? Then proportionate value of such service to be computed by application of generally accepted accounting principle. That is called as GAAP, generally accepted accounting. For example, you are organizing an event for a scientific, educational, entertainment like that people. If you organized in 2 states or 3 states at the same time for a consolidated consideration, then the value of supply has to be bifurcated between all those states, right, sir? On what basis you will bifurcate? The Act is saying that generally accepted accounting principle. From this area, you may get an MCQ. Are you all really with me? That's why I'm discussing the valuation rule. Sir, what is generally accepted accounting principle? You have to check that how many events has happened in which and all state. For example, 5 event happened in Kerala, 3 event happened in Tamil Nadu, 2 event happened in Andhra. Based on the number of events happen, you have to split the value of supply. This is called as generally accepted accounting. Coming to, sir, the next one, 12.11. Have you heard about 12.11? Yes, sir. What is 12.11? Telecommunication services. For that, rule 6 of the IGST rules will be applicable. Sir, we have talked that. Right, sir? If the service has been provided by a fixed telecommunication line, place where the fixed telecommunication line is installed is the place of supply. Right, sir? Sometimes this can be maybe in more than one state. That is installation of what circuit? Then proportionate value of such service computed based on the number of points lying in the what or what state or unit. How many points are there? For example, in Tamil Nadu 5 points are there and in Kerala 2 points are there. Based upon this 5:2, you have to bifurcate that, sir, installation of leased circuit service. Sir, they are further digging circuit between 2 points or what places. Sir, in case of a circuit, there is a circuit between 2 point or what places. The starting point or the place of circuit and the end point or the place of circuit will invariably constitute how many points? That means starting point should be treated separately and the ending point should be treated separately. Sometimes starting point may be in Kerala and ending point may be in Tamil Nadu. Then there are 2 separate points are there. Sometimes there may be intermediate points also in the place of circuit. Any intermediate point or place in the circuit will also constitute a what? Point, provided that the benefit of leased circuit is also available at that what point. That means if starting point is 1 point, ending point is 1 point and intermediate point is another point. Hello, sir. If starting point and intermediate point is situated in Tamil Nadu and the ending point is situated in Kerala, you have to split the value of supply in the ratio of 2:1. This is what this rule is saying, rule number 6. Shall I proceed, sir? The last rule, man, rule number, sir, 3, which is 12.14. Have you heard about 12.14? Which is advertisement too. There are so many various ways in which you can advertisement to government, right, sir? Advertisement in newspaper and publication. You can advertise in newspaper and if you are advertising in newspaper and publication, the basis on which you have to apportion the value of supply is amount payable. What is the keyword? For publishing an advertisement in all the editions of what? Newspaper or a published in each what territory, man? Union territory. Are you all really with me? Yes, sir. That means amount payable. How much is the amount payable? You should see, my dear lovable students, to publishing an advertisement in all the editions of the newspaper, in all the editions of the. That's it. Next one, advertisement through printed material like pamphlet, leaflet, diary, calendar, t-shirt, etc. You are advertising for government by this advertisement mode. Then also the keyword is what payable? For the distribution of specific number of such material in each state or what territory? Union territory. Advertisement in hoarding other than those on what? Train. just in board you are advertising for government, then again the keyword is what payable? For the hoarding located in each state or what territory? Union. For example, sir, government, you are advertising for government in a hoarding. Government is giving you 10 lakh rupees for Kerala, 5 lakh rupees for Tamil Nadu, 25 lakh rupees for Andhra. In this ratio, you have to apportion the value of supply. Comfortable? But advertisement on train, if you see the, sir, train and all, outside the train and all, sometimes the advertisement would have been pasted, right, sir? Randaka. Yes, sir. Amount attributable to each state or what territory? Union territory. Calculated in the ratio of the length of the what track. You have to go and see how much is the length of the railway track in each state for that train, particular train. That on that basis, you have to apportion the value of supply. Advertisement on the back of the utility bill of oil, gas company, etc. On the back side of the utility bill, you are advertising for government. Then what payable? That is a keyword for each state or union territory for the advertisement on the bill pertaining to consumer having billing address in each of such state or what territory. Advertisement on what ticket? Railway ticket. Sometimes if you see the back side of the railway ticket, you can see some advertisement. Amount attributable to what state? Each state or union territory calculated in the ratio of number of what station? How much railway stations are there in a particular state? Based on that, you have to apportion the value of supply. Advertisement on what station? Radio station. Now, you are advertising in Hello FM, like that radio station. Amount payable to such what station? Which is by virtue of its name is part of each state or what territory? Union territory. For this, sir, Tamil Nadu Railway, sir, radio station, I have paid this much amount. Kerala radio station, I have paid this much amount. Advertisement on what channel? Television channel. In television channel, if you, sir, give some advertisement for government in Sun TV, நீங்கள் பார்த்து கொண்டிருப்பது Sun TV in Tamil Malay. Like this they will say. And they will be putting in all over the Tamil Nadu and they will be publishing in Kerala also. So what you have to see is amount attributable to each state or what territory. Calculated on the basis of viewership of such channel in each of the state or union territory. You have to go and check how much viewers are there in Kerala for Sun TV. How much viewers are there in, sir, for Sun TV in Tamil Nadu? Hello, sir. Viewership figure for the last week of a given quarter as published by BARC can be used for calculating viewership for what quarter? There is a body called as BARC. They will say that this much viewership were there for this channel in this state. So they will give you a report. Based on that report, you have to split the value of supply. Figures pertaining to more than one state or what territory are apportioned in the ratio of the population of that state or union territory as per the what census. Sometimes what will do this bark, sir, what they will do, no, they may sometimes give two states as one region according to their will and wish. But that is not what practically possible for us. We have to split that region into two states based upon the population. So basically, you have to split as per the, sir, viewership. Sir, sometimes if the viewership are clubbed based on the region, then that region has to be split as per the state based upon the population. Coming to the next one, advertisement in what hall? Cinema hall. You may see that when you are going to cinema and when you buy a popcorn of 1,500 rupees, whatever it may be, and you'll be sitting, sir, in a chair, your chair, allotted chair, then immediately advertisement will come. நான் எனக்கு என் வாழ்க்கை இப்படி ஆகும் நான் நினைச்சு கூட பார்க்கல சார். எல்லாம் இந்த புகையில மாத்திருச்சு. அழகான ரெண்டு குழந்தைகள். சார், amount paid to a cinema hall or screen in multiplex in each state or union territory. Based on that, you have to split the value of supply. Now, advertisement on the what? Internet. Very dangerous area because it is spread over country, right, sir? Then how you have to split? Amount attributable to each state or what territory? Calculated on the basis of internet subscriber in each of the state or what territory. Sir, to help me Sun TV, I was having bark, right, sir? The same way, internet subscriber figure for the last quarter of a given financial year as published by TRI can be used for calculating the subscriber for the succeeding. So TRI will say that in this state you are having this much subscriber, in this state this much subscriber has saw this, sir, advertisement. Sir, sometimes what TRI will do, no, they will give on a regional basis, right, sir? Then nothing to worry. We are having population. Figures pertaining to more than one state or union territory are apportioned in the ratio of what? Population of those state or union territory as per what census. If you are advertisement through what? SMS. You can, sir, sometimes you may get an SMS of government that, sir, government, please be very careful. At the time of COVID time, we got lot of SMS, right, sir? Yes, sir. So amount attributable to each state or what territory, calculated on the basis of telecom subscriber in each state or union territory. Sir, this is that. Sir, who will give this data? TRAI will give this data. Sometimes TRAI would have consolidated on a what basis? Regional basis. If that is the case, my dear lovable students, you have to figures pertaining to telecom circle comprising of more than one state or union territory are apportioned in the ratio of population of those state or union territory as per the what census, latest census. So these are the rules available under the IGST Act if you have provided services in more than one location. Provided in more than, for example, my dear lovable students, service relating to immovable property, sir, 12.3 is the section for where the relevant rule is rule 4 of the what act? IGST Act. Comfortable? Sir, 12.7 organization of event. If you are organizing event in more than one location, rule 5 of the IGST rules will be applicable. And 12 subsection 11 telecommunication services, rule 6 of the IGST rule will be applicable. And the hero, rule number 3, which is advertisement to government. There are so many ways in which you can advertisement to government. Advertisement in newspaper and publication you can do. Advertisement through printed material like pamphlet, leaflet, diary, calendar, t-shirt you can do. Advertisement in hoarding other than those on train. Advertisement on train. Advertisement on back of the utility bill of what oil and gas company, advertisement on railway ticket, advertisement on radio station, advertisement on telecommunication channel, advertisement in cinema hall, advertisement on internet, and advertisement through SMS. These are the various ways in which you can advertise for government. Are you all really with me? Comfortable, sir? With this, we can say that we are done with the revision of place of supply and also the place of supply relevant rules which is applicable for examination. I am with you, sir, from your heart. Anybody is there? Where is a grand clap?